Hey guys, welcome in. Thanks for spamming butt-like emotes. A good button chat always means a good stream. So today we're doing a old silver fox. I did not finish the Hobbit hole, and I just don't want to right now. So we're taking a break from that, and I am going to mess around with some water-mixable oils today instead, which I haven't used very much. I've used oils like in the distant past fairly often, and I've used the water-mixable oils like maybe once or twice. Just messing around a little bit. I don't really have them down pat, so there's going to be a lot of strangeness and experimenting in this, but that's how we learn, so. I'm going to first start by just using a little bit of acrylic to give a red wash to the canvas before we start. Just because I don't want to paint these directly onto a white board, so. And I think red would just be a fun background color to start with. It's a very kind of muted, like peaceful reference, and I'm hoping I can like, I don't know, darken it up a bit, make it a little spicier, make it a little angrier looking. So we're gonna go in with a red as our base in the hopes that some of that might peek through to the final painting and give a bit more of a menacing atmosphere. Yes, the reference on the screen is what I'm doing, the black fox. Well, technically they're called silver foxes, but it's a black fox. And I'm doing good, Art Pops. How are you doing? I recently got back from a very long-winded kind of vacation situation where me and a couple friends spent like a full week kind of doing a bunch of activities and hanging out because they came to visit from afar, and so I've been away for a little bit, and I'm finally back and getting back into the swing of things, so. Yeah, it was a really good time, but I got a little burnt out from all the activities, so after it was over, I spent like, I think 2 or 3 days just hibernating on the couch. And honestly, I'm still sleepy. Like, I don't know. I can't wake up. I tried to wake up early today, and I did. And then I went and sat down on the couch after I ate my breakfast and passed right back out. Just right back to sleep for several more hours. So, I don't know. I'm just, I'm in hibernation mode. I'm having trouble, hopping into that go-getter mode I was in before I took a little vacation, so. But it's all just routine, right? Just gotta keep at it, and maybe the sleepiness will evade me eventually. Exactly. We did a bunch of stuff. Those guys are from PEI, where I used to live, but now I live in Ottawa in Canada, which is a much bigger city than PEI is. So 2 of them had never really spent a lot of time as adults in like a city, so we just did a lot of like wandering around, looking at stuff, like eating out, like things like that. We went to the nature museum. We took a trip into Montreal for a couple nights to go to like a, I don't know if you guys know what hardstyle is, but we went to a hardstyle like EDM show there that our friend really wanted to go to, and went to the Biodome in Montreal, saw some animals. But a lot of the time we just kind of hung out at either the Airbnbs or at my apartment and just played like Rock Band and just chatted and laughed, you know. What you do when you've got friends over. Ate snacks. Started playing Avowed, fun game. If not a bit stuttery. I haven't heard of that. I've kind of had a bug to play more video games lately. Since I was so tired from the trip, me and my spouse Goldie, we've been playing Raft because it's just like one of those games that you can just kind of zone out to really easily. But I just have an urge for some new gaming, so I think I'm gonna look into a bunch of different stuff and pick something else up to when I'm streaming gaming stream. All right, I'm just gonna wait for this to dry, which our trusty fan should not take too long. It's kind of like Skyrim. Oh, interesting. Good graphics, good voice acting. You'd recommend it. I'll look into it. Avowed here. I'll bring that up on my Steam while I'm waiting for this to dry. I was a big Skyrim fan back in the day, so I'm surprised I haven't heard of this. Yeah, it looks interesting. It looks pretty. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna add that to my Steam wish list. Yeah, I spent far too long on Skyrim back in the day. Oh, it's single player. That's kind of nice, actually. I have a lot of like multiplayer games in the backlog and not very many single player ones that like I could be streaming alone. Because usually if my spouse is home, then we co-stream. He streams as well, so we only really play multiplayer games, but I could use some single player games to stream when he's out. Fun, you're enjoying the combat, but it's stuttery for you, single player. Why is it stuttery for you? Is it a, if it's fairly new, is it just like it hasn't been optimized yet? Or do you have like just mediocre computer to deal with? My computer's not that old. Like I upgraded it fairly recently, and even when I did, I like struggled with the launch of certain games. Like I played through Hogwarts Legacy when it came out on this PC, and through no fault of my computers, it just ran horribly because the game wasn't optimized by the developers, which sucked. But after a little while, I think they put out a couple patches and it got a bit better. So if it is stuttery, hopefully it's it's newly released and that the optimization will get better after a little while. I'm gonna just be right back. You guys can watch this paint dry for a second. I just want to rinse this out before it dries in there forever. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys watch the paint dry while I was gone? Did you make sure it was still drying? I'll know if you did. Auto optimizes your graphics to medium, but it could be a combo of its newness and your PC. Dumb down the graphics even more and it still gets pretty laggy. That's a shame. That stuff is so annoying. Like, you just want to play a game. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But I mean, I guess that's just technology, right? Even with streaming, sometimes you just want to stream and like everything you have set up just decides to crap out that day. And all your settings go to hell and none of your cameras turn on and okay. This guy is now dry. Dry enough anyway. So like I was saying, it's been a while since I've used oils. It's certainly whether it's been a while or not, I am not that well versed with these specific kinds of oils, so we'll see how this goes. I have not really thought very hard about whether or not I'm gonna like try and Alla Prima this and do it all in one sitting, just wet on wet, or if I want to try to just do the background and stuff today and block some stuff in and then come back and do details another day. I guess I'm gonna start in with just like a vague block in and then see how I feel at that point, because it's not like I can't. The thing is like I have a fast drying medium that I could be adding so that if I decide to do it in layers, it will be drier faster so that I can do another stream in a couple of days and it'll be dry. But I don't know that I should continue my habits of doing paintings in a way that are just long-winded when I could be learning a more like one sitting style method. I genuinely don't know which I like is more like definitively me and like what I prefer and what my style is, so it's hard to say. But I think I'm just gonna start painting and we'll see what happens. We can make decisions on the fly. Maybe the lack of foresight will come back to bite us, but we know for sure we're gonna need a boatload of white, so let's get that titanium white out of there and on the board. Ooh, the smell of oil paints really brings me back. It's a very short period in my life, I want to say when I was like 19-ish, when I like painted pretty much exclusively with oil paints for a little while. And then I never really touched them again for many, many years. So the smell of them just like, all of a sudden I'm a teenager again. Let's see. Ultramarine or cyan, what do we want? I want transparency or coverage. I think I want the transparency blue. Ooh, that's a very oily glob. So I haven't used these in a bit. They've split a little bit. It's okay, that'll mix right in. For yellow, we're definitely going with the ochre. I'm gonna try and make this a bit of a limited palette and then see if I have to add some stuff after. I know for sure I will need some of this brown, the umber, because there's a lot of black in this, and I don't have a black in these oil paints, so I'm gonna have to mix one, which we're gonna need the umber for. Which means I probably should have given myself a little bit more ultramarine than that. Just start a second little pile specifically to make into black. And then what? We need a red. There isn't a lot of red tones in this, but we do need a tiny bit of it anyway. I also, anyone who's in chat right now, I messed with a bunch of my audio settings because I'm trying something out. I'm getting real tired of listening to non-copyrighted music on stream. It's really just been grinding my gears because I want to listen to my music that I like. So I'm trying a method of splitting the audio. The problem is that I'm pretty sure my VODs won't have alert sounds, which is a pain in the ass. But the copyrighted music that I'm listening to today should not go to my VODs when these save. Hopefully. If I failed at setting that up, then I guess this VOD is just gonna go into oblivion, which is fine. There'll be other VODs. But if you guys notice on your end any weirdness with the audio mixing, like if you notice that the alert sounds, if there are alerts, is really loud, or if you notice that the music or my voice mixing is just like you can't hear me over the music or you can't hear the music, just let me know so I can kind of adjust it. I did try and trial it and listen back to it myself before I started, but sometimes you do that and then it just doesn't do what you think it's doing. Let's go pie roll for this one. Listen to what you want, but you turned your VODs. Turned off your VODs and clips. I see. Everything sounds fine right now. Good. Thank you. That's very helpful. Yeah, there is... The thing is there is a way to set it up so that your audio will split and the VOD will get just what you want, and only like Spotify or whatever you're listening to music on won't get sent to the VOD, but you need like another software on top of Streamlabs to do that. And I was going to download it, and then I like looked at the list of things you needed to set up to get it to function properly, and I was like, it's just not worth it. So I did what I could in Streamlabs to get things split, but it does mean, like I said, that my VODs are going to lose alerts. And if I listen to anything on desktop, like if I was playing a video game, then it wouldn't capture the video game noise. And if I was watching like YouTube videos or something like that, it wouldn't capture that audio either. So it seems fine with like an art stream because all the VOD really needs is my voice and the video. But if I was playing games, it wouldn't really work. So I guess I'm going to have to continue to go non-copyright for video games, but I'm not too mad as long as this works, and when this goes to VOD there is no copyrighted music in it, but we'll see what happens. All right, let's mix this black up first just so that I have it down here. It's pretty good. It's a little on the blue side, but honestly the fox is a little bit on the blue side, so I'm not too mad at that. What am I gonna block this in with? I guess I'm going to take a little bit of this, make like a slight gray, and just use this really watered down with linseed oil to kind of figure out my shapes. Yeah, I'll get muted if it doesn't, but yeah, at least I'll know if it works or not. It should, in all concept, it should work, but... So the weird thing about these oil paints is that they are water soluble, which you can dilute them like I just did this gray with water, like you would thin them down with linseed oil. But you're not really supposed to paint with them that way. They're like, water solubility is more about a ability to like clean up easily than it is necessarily for you to paint with them by diluting them with water. But I have seen some people paint with them diluted with water. I will say I tried that just in a little study when I first got these like a year or two ago. And it did not go well for me. So I am using them diluted with water right now just to get these shapes blocked in. Partially because I know diluted with water, they're going to set onto the canvas really quickly compared to if I use the linseed oil. But just for fair warning, they're a little weird. They're a weird medium. And whether or not I should be doing it this way remains to be seen. Whenever I do paintings like this that I am not, like if I was doing a portrait or something, I would use pencil probably to draw everything out ahead of time with more precision. And frankly, I am not a believer that tracing is like somehow illegal, and if it was important to me for this to be photorealistic, like if it was a like portrait commission for someone or something, then I would be a big stand for just getting the projector or like tracing sheet out and just tracing the shapes out. But this guy doesn't need to be exact, so I am just trying to figure out his shapes on my own for the sake of practice. But he also doesn't have to be perfect. think I did make him too big. Let me see, halfway, half of halfway, halfway. His eyes are at about the right height. It does just seem a little large though. Maybe it'll sort itself out as I paint. There. That stuff can wait till after because it's gonna have to be painted on top. I guess I should maybe avoid the area this stuff is going in. No, I think I'm just gonna paint it all black and then put it on top. Okay. Now that I know the vague shape of what I'm dealing with, I am going to fill the background in as quickly as possible. Biggest brush I set myself up with here. And ooh, that was the end of that album. What do I feel like listening to? I'm going to put on one of my favorite albums, which is Desert Drip by Bulk and Bump. If you're watching the VOD, then you won't be able to hear it, but you can put it on yourself if you're watching the VOD. So, but yeah, this is one of my favorite albums. It's kind of, Bulk and Bump is like an EDM band, but they do actual like live instrumentation with the music. So they have like a guy with a sitar and a girl who plays trumpet and stuff. I saw them live a year or two ago and they were absolutely phenomenal live. But yeah, I love this album. It's my favorite. Okay, let's get a whole bucket load of a nice gray background color mixed up. One thing that I'm trying to train myself into is to be less stingy with my paint mixing. Because it becomes a really big pain to have to remix stuff over and over and over again. So I gotta be more generous with my paint. I don't know how I feel about this tone of gray. We'll warm up because we're painting it over red. Just start in and see what happens. One thing to note about water mixable oils is that if you do use linseed oil with them, you cannot dilute them with water and the linseed oil unless you buy specifically water mixable linseed oil, because it changes its solubility level. All right, so it stays dark kind of there-ish. I don't usually, I'm not a fan of the color gray. It just ain't something that does much for me. Oh, our camera. Why did our camera end up all the way back there? What's happened here? How come you guys can see all this stuff? That's weird. It's very weird. Don't know why that happened. Still in focus? Yes. This camera I use is weird, and when it like pulls out, you can see it like goes blurry for some reason, and then when you hit a certain level of zoom, it like all of a sudden just crisps up. It's very strange. It's very strange indeed. I don't know why that got all pulled out. Sorry, I was saying that I'm not a big fan of the color gray. It's just not something that like visually brings me any happiness. It's just such a bleak color. And in a picture like this, it like is a little bit like peaceful or something, which is kind of nice. But it's just not really my thing. So we'll see how I feel when we get a little bit further into this. I may make a call to start making weird creative decisions and maybe make the background wacky. Maybe make the background a little patterned or like colorful. Maybe put some weird colors in back there that aren't there. We just might start experimenting because, like I said, the color gray doesn't do a lot for me, so. It's a little like seam that's in this canvas that I should have sanded out before I did this, but it's staying in there now. Don't know if you can even see it on camera. It's like right there. We're going to try to leave our strokes for this very vague and gestural, and we'll maybe blur them out at the end. The other thing I don't know about is how this current camera angle is going to fare in terms of glare, so it doesn't look the worst yet, but we'll see if we have to do something about that later. One thing I love about oil paints is they pull across canvas like butter. They have this like tack, but also this like give, this like strange spread that acrylics don't really do. They just like move in this really satisfying way to mush them around. I don't have the same control with them that I do with acrylics, which kind of stresses me out a little bit, but they're just so fun. having issues with the headphones that I'm using lately, and they just cut out a lot for some reason. And I have checked the VODs afterwards, and it's not interrupting the music for you guys. It's just for me, but despite that, it is still annoying. I wish I knew why they were doing it. Ooh. Why did you go bye-bye? That was weird. Very weird indeed. Is there a ghost in here with us today, perhaps? A wee ghosty? I also have a slight amount of glare from where I'm sitting. That it's not ideal for this, but what are you gonna do? All of my art teachers always try to discourage me from mixing on the canvas, but they're not here, so what are they gonna do about it? Probably get down to like here-ish. Well, on the left side I can go down the full way. On the right side, yeah, you know what, there's not that much. Well, yeah, on the right side I'll just go down to where this like big blurry tree in the foreground is. So we'll get all of that in, and then we'll switch over to Foxtown. I'm going to see. Ooh, gotta stop sitting in like strange positions that like end up making my knees so mad. See if raising my seat up a little bit helps me with the glare. It may mean that you guys see my little head peeking a little more, but perhaps it won't be that bad. Perhaps. Can tell already that I'm finding the gray background a little on the boring side. We'll see how I feel after we get the fox in. I'll have to save his little hairs and bits for last, around the outside. A little bit of this liquidy yellow involved, since there's a couple little like spots in here. trying to convince myself to become a vaguer painter, to push myself in the direction of Impressionism. Not because I particularly like prefer Impressionism or anything, but just because I get a little bogged down sometimes in art with perfectionism, and I've been trying lately to kind of move the focus when I paint in the direction of enjoyment. And it's hard for me to enjoy things when they're not going, from my standards, like very successfully. Trying to find some kind of joy in the process can be a little tricky sometimes. This track gets stuck in my head all the time. Which one is this? Epirotica? 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 These guys are so good. This album always makes me miss the summer really bad. Just has that lounging in a river feel to me for some reason. I do like that the red of the underpainting is peeking through this a fair amount. I'm not sure if I decide I'm going to end up doing this in more like layers, then we might lose a lot of that, but for now I'm enjoying it. We I'm very bad at figuring out how to paint scrumbled like little areas where you can't really tell what's what, where they all like bleed into one another. Which is basically all this background is. The thing that's nice about the water-mixable oils is without using solvent, you can use water to properly clean your brush off in between colors. I see I barely gave myself enough white for this. I'm gonna run out of that before the day is through, I'm sure. Okay, I'm going to, now that all of that is filled in, oh, actually, let's get this bottom bit just snuck in there too. Doesn't need much, but so that we don't see any patches of red. I get easily irked when people aren't just like leave patches open. Some painters, when they paint, they leave like little areas all the way until they get to that area, and for some reason my brain isn't, it's never happy with that. Just needs it to be covered up with something. Just kind of get a nice coverage over all of that so that the background has a full layer. Okay, one full layer. I am going to take a very short siesta. I'm going to grab myself a tea. And then we're going to come back and lay into this little guy. Well, I'll lay right into him. Such a pretty boy. Such a pretty little baby fox boy. I guess he could be a girl. For some reason I think he's a boy. Alright, be right back, guys. Okie dokie. I know I wasn't gone for very long, but I acquired my tea, and I acquired a banana. And you're gonna have to sit and watch me eat a banana, and then we'll paint the fox. The album's almost over as well, so I gotta figure out what we're gonna put on next. I feel like unless I could kind of go for some emo music. Don't know how y'all feel. For all I know, you'll hate this, but I think I'm gonna listen to some Thrice next. It's a bit of a change in vibe. Yes, I do believe we will listen to Beast You. Got all set up for when this album ends. I'm not sure when I get to it how I'm gonna handle a little snowflakes on his face. I either have to get in like with a little itsy bitsy paintbrush and paint them all in one by one, or I have to make a call to kind of squint at the thing and decide to just paint that as a like a gray area. But if I do that, I don't know if it'll read as snow. Or if it'll just read as him having like a gray brow hair color. Good banana. I've had a hard time finding good bananas lately. With this batch of bananas, ooh, it's been good. Every time I go to the store, like all the bananas are like super green. And then you can buy them and like let them ripen, but they like never reach that sweet spot when you buy them like completely green. They seem to just go from like green to brown, and they never reach the yellow stage. I'm very suspect. But this batch, I don't know, it's a good batch. Should have bought more of them. Okay. So what can we see in this picture? We squint at it. The darkest areas are this ear up here and the patch right in here. There's also a little bit right in here that's very dark. The area along the side here is still quite dark, but it has a lot of blue tones in it. Almost purple. Same within here. It's pretty dark, but there's a lot more blue in it, and same within here. And then this is a lot lighter than the rest of it. Again, going in the direction of blue or purple. All right. Just have to watch me make like weird little squinty faces all the time. A flat brush for this area up here is not the move. I think I overdid that by a lot. Sorry. It's easy enough to scrub back down. We're gonna go back into that ear with a smaller brush in a minute. Can't be trusted with this big brush up there. Straight line down from the ear. Yeah, okay, that's not that bad. Hey, Sandflea! Why is the fox red? I'm doing a oil painting today. And I oil paint differently than I acrylic paint. And because of that, it helps me when I'm doing oil paints to paint a like vibrant color as a base underneath the painting. Because then I can be sure that I've layered the oil paint to a thickness that I'm happy with. And also it can just add visual interest to the painting. So if you can see in the background, even though I've painted this gray, there are like little areas of like red that peek through, which just kind of add like interest in terms of like color and stuff. So he's not going to be red. The background started as red and we haven't filled him in yet. He'll be toned down very shortly. Don't worry about him. He's doing all right. He's not permanently red. And thank you for the compliment on the fit. It is Dark Fox Day. We are in Dark Fox mode today. Have to match the ears, you know. But yeah, the painting today will be in a slightly different style, or at least my method will be in a slightly different style than we've been doing because I am using oils. Oh, weird. This looks like blue in real life, but not that blue. The camera is picking it up as way bluer. Well, it'll get toned down when the black gets in there. Looks like we are going to have to be mixing a whole hell of a lot more black than we did. This is what I'm saying. I am always underestimating how much paint I need with oil paints. I think because of the way I paint with acrylics, where I like layer really, really thin layers up and up and up, I use so much less paint. Oil paints, I just end up using so much. Let's mix up a big old stack of black. Get on there. Get on there. I don't know why black has always been a color that I find so satisfying to mix. Something about the like blues and the browns and it like neutralizing into this like inky black is just always so satisfying to me. Satisfying indeed. Ooh, that's the end of our album. You know what that means. We're putting on something silly. Yeah, so I'm gonna put Thrice on. We'll see how we feel about it after we get a couple songs in. I wanna go in the direction of emo in my music choices right now, so see how we like it. This is an album that I listened to an unreasonable amount when I was in like the 9th grade. Yeah, thankfully, I was explaining earlier that I'm trying a thing out where I am listening to copyrighted music, and in concept, Streamlabs is going to split my VOD for me, and we're going to end up with a musicless VOD posted at the end, hopefully. We'll see if it works or not. Considering how many miscellaneous problems I've had trying to get my streams set up in the past. I don't have insane faith, but if the VOD gets muted and yeeted into the abyss, that's fine. Live and learn. Yeah, basically, so we can listen to whatever we want while I'm streaming, and then if people watch the VODs, there just won't be any music. So if they want music, they just have to put on their own. I'm just getting so tired of listening to the like non-copyrighted stuff. I'm also annoyed that it's like messing up my Spotify algorithm. Because yeah, no, I just when I'm painting and stuff and chilling, I think I'd rather just be listening to actual music than just like generic like lo-fi beats for the sake of it. So we'll see how this goes, and if the split seems to work well. Yeah, it's not that easy. So I think the way I have it set up, it will mostly work, but the problem is that the VOD also will be missing the rest of my desktop audio. So if I get any like stream alerts like follows or whatever, the audio from that will also be missing. And I did find a way to like counteract that so that I could keep that audio, but it's kind of complicated and it just didn't seem that worth it for me. So I couldn't really do this if I was like streaming video games because then the game audio would also get removed. Because I can only really split it to separate my microphone off right now without using like a third party app or something. So, but like I said, I'll see how this goes, and at least for art streams we can listen to whatever we feel like. But there's a couple streams that I frequent, like Kel's art, Kels art, who she doesn't do VODs, she just like lets them die after she doesn't save them after she streams. So she just listens to her own music and whatever recommendations chat gives her and stuff in stream. And I just kind of like that as a method. It's a little bit more fun to me. I love music. I'm a really big, like music means a lot to me. I listen to it a lot in my like personal life and stuff. And it just seems like something that I could be having interesting conversations with chat about and like learning what kind of music people listening to and listening to the stuff I actually like. So hopefully it goes smoothly. But obviously there is a level of like, I'm sure at some point there's going to be somebody who pops into this stream who's like, what is this hardcore bullshit that you're listening to? And they won't stick around, but that's their problem. It's a streamer called Sarada. She sings and lets the streamers use her music, but I don't know if it really gets muted or not. Interesting. Yeah, basically, like, if you show up to a stream and you're not, like, into the music I'm playing that day, then, like, leave and watch the VOD. It won't have the music in it. I can't stand listening to just, like, whatever for the sake of chat. There's also a couple art streamers I watch who just, they don't play music in the background at all. They just do it in silence, and I can't live with that either. I could not just sit here and paint in silence. That ain't who I am, so... But I do have a pretty, like, diverse taste in music, so the good news is some days should be more palatable for some people. Like, I listen to a lot of, like, emo music, but I also listen to a lot of, like, indie and EDM and stuff, so there'll be variety, but... Good news is our little fox boy is getting significantly less red. Hey, Schmuckleberry, welcome in. Everybody's got some better emotes than I do. I gotta start subbing to more channels. I look forward to when we reach affiliate and I can make some emotes. I think I overestimated the size of this back ear when I blocked it in earlier, and now I'm paying for it, so I'm gonna have to get that background color back out. I think we may have overestimated his nose as well. Let's just get some red filled in so I can stop looking at it. Yeah, some fox emotes for sure. There's a, what's it called? Like a DJ streamer called, oh, what is her name? It's like Sahara or something. Sahara, I want to say. And she has like a fox themed stream as well. And like her channel points are called foxtails, and she refers to her stream as the Fox Den. But she has some really cute like swishing foxtail emotes that I love. I should sub to her just so that I can get those emotes. She's a really good DJ as well. I really like her music. How do you get affiliate anyways? You have to reach 4 things. You have to have 50 followers. You have to stream for a certain number of hours in a month. And you need a minimum of 3 average viewers per stream, which is the hardest one to get. You need like on average 3 people watching you at a time per stream, which is definitely the hardest one to get up there. And I thought there was one other thing. Oh, you have to stream 7 days out of a month and then stream 8 hours in a month. So I have both of those, and we're 7 followers away from the 50 followers, but my viewer count is only at 2.4 or something per stream, so that might take a while to claw up there, but I'm in no rush. I'll be here for a while. To be fair, once I reach affiliate, it means I'm gonna have a bit of homework to do on figuring out how to set up things like channel points, and I'll have to make a bunch of emotes and stuff, so the longer it takes, the more I get to put off work. Alright, we gotta get a different brush involved now, because this reaches the point where I can no longer make decisions with any kind of fidelity. Alright, let's clean this guy up. Have a bit of tea. It's at that perfect temperature of slightly too hot, where you want to like chug it, but you can't because you'll burn your throat. For me, tea needs to be like this, as hot as it possibly can be without actually burning you. I'm glad we caught it at the sweet spot and I didn't let it go cold again today. That's yummy. Yum yum. Tea gone. Okay. What do we want to switch down to here? My instinct is to go too small. How much smaller is this one? Not very much. I wish I had a filbert. I don't know if I have a filbert. I sent myself out a bunch of brushes because I haven't painted oil in a while. I wasn't really thinking very hard about how my brush taste has kind of changed. I don't know if I have a good stiff oil painting filbert. That's a small size. That guy's okay, but he's a little small. What's we got? That guy's too big. Go back. Most of my brushes are more for acrylic painting than oil painting. It's not that you can't use them for oil painting, but oil paints kind of react better to a stiffer bristle. The acrylics react nicely to like a nice soft bristle, so I don't have a good oil filbert. Try that, I guess. I don't know. We'll make it work. Okay, let's dip into the black here and try and figure out the exact shapes of these things up here. So his ear is currently incorrect. He needs to be rounded at the top. It's like a, I don't know if you guys can see this, there's a like tiny like hair on this that's like, yeah, there you can see it. It's just like not incongruent. It's gonna cause us all sorts of problems. He's gotta get the snip. Sorry, mister, but you gotta go. A lot of my brushes are a little worse for wear. I've been slowly buying new acrylic brushes because I'm tired of painting with my like old abused and hand-me-down collection of acrylic brushes, but I've yet to buy any new oil brushes, so these guys still have a bit of quirk to them. Problem here is like I totally want to paint these hairs in, but like I can't do it until we're locked in the background. Okay, we gotta figure out where this guy's eye lives. Right there. Ish. Down. Over. It's all just shapes, right? Weird little shapes. And then what we need is to pull that paint off the eyeball. It should be higher than that. This also needs to do that. To try not to get so close to the canvas because my head gets in your guys' view. I still have yet to figure out a camera setup that isn't a little wacky. I changed it today because the setup that I was using didn't work because I picked a bigger canvas today than I've been working on and I couldn't make it fit in the screen. So I had to get like I have like a mic stand that I use for my Rock Band mic, and I had to like jimmy rig my art cam to it. But like it's not weighted well on the bottom to take a like phone, so I had to like, you can kind of see in the background here, I had to like tape it to my desk and then put a bunch of my pattern weights on it so that it didn't like tip and fall and hit me in the head. It's a real MacGyver struggle out here. See, I think the problem is I've made his nose too high. Yeah. I need to... How many paintbrushes can I hold at once without getting oil paint on my face? Yes, I just need to cut. Cut around that. Is that better? 3 in each hand like Wolverine's claws, yes. Very dangerous. If this was a toxic oil paint color, then I could poison people with my claws. Do I mean Rock Band the game? Yes. The Xbox version. I have the Xbox version, Rock Band 4. And this is the mic stand that I use for the mic for that. And it's now taped to my desk, so I guess I'm not playing Rock Band in the next couple of days. Okay, something's amuck with this guy's face, and I can't figure out what it is. This needs to lower. It needs to come down. It needs to be more forward. Get rid of that. Not very good at figuring out this stuff on the fly. I'm better at mapping it out a lot first. But we're not doing it that way today, so. Just means we gotta mush stuff around a lot. Am I gonna stream it someday? Probably. I'd have to figure out a capture situation, which I might have. I have a, like, it'd be really fucking jank, which, like, my entire setup is jank, so it's very on brand for me. But I have a capture card that I bought specifically to convert, what's it called? VHS home videos into digital files. And I'm pretty sure I can hook it up so that it captures the Xbox and get Streamlabs to like access that. And then I could stream it. But I'd have to set that up and check and see if it actually worked or not, because I'm not sure if it would. And if it didn't, I'd have to pick up a like a proper like gaming capture card for the Xbox. It'd be nice to have a capture card like that, though, because then I could stream, like, Switch games and stuff as well. I also, in the future, I really want to get a, or I could just borrow my mom. My mom has a MetaQuest, like, VR headset. And I could borrow hers because I want to stream Beat Saber as well. I'm obsessed with Beat Saber. Frankly, I'd like to stream DDR too, but I sold my DDR setup before I left PEI. I think I still have a single mat, so maybe I could figure out a PC, like, rip-off version of it I could play, but my downstairs neighbors might get a little bit mad at me if I did that. It's worth giving it a try, yeah, definitely. And it'd be something fun to stream with, like, Goldie or, like, with friends over or whatever, too, if I could convince them into it. But then you guys would have to hear my horrendous singing. And then everyone would immediately unfollow and never come back. But no, I'm a big Rock Band fan. I love rhythm games. Like, any rhythm games are just kind of my cup of tea. I don't know why I like kind of excel at them, but I tend to be good at rhythm games. Not like amazing or anything, but like it doesn't take a lot for me to get the like basics in a rhythm game down. And I guess back in the day I was pretty good at DDR, but that's a skill that's long gone. They're cheap capture cards that work good. You've seen some for $30. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, if the one I have doesn't work, then yeah, like for $30, it'd be easy to pick it up and set it up. I just have to figure out how to like set up camera and stuff so that you like it made sense what you were looking at. But I also want to stream aerial silks at some point, but I have to get a little bit more practice in first, and I also need to what's it called? Figure out a camera setup situation. Is that the problem? His nose wasn't at the right angle. It's a bit better. I made my brother bring me our copy of Rock Band the last time he came to visit, all the way from PEI. He decided to drive because he wanted to bring his dog with him when he visited. And it's a pretty long drive. It's like a 17-hour drive to my parents' place from PEI. And I was like, you need to bring me Rock Band. I miss it dearly and I wants it, so you need to bring me that Rock Band. And he did, which was really nice, but he forgot Rock Band 4 is like sort of backwards compatible with the instruments from the like earlier Xbox versions, except for the fact that you need like a dongle that you plug into the Xbox that makes them compatible. And he forgot the dongle, and so he brought all this stuff, and I was like, fuck, I can't play it because he forgot the dongle. And I was like, I can go to a hawk shop and pick up a dongle. I'm sure it can't possibly be that expensive. Apparently they don't make them anymore, and they're super like in demand, and the dongle is worth like $400 on eBay. I couldn't find one anywhere, and I was like, this is insane. So when he got back to PEI, I made him mail me the dongle, so I have it all now and it's mine, but I feel bad. Very demanding about my Rock Band needs. They're just like it's just like because the newer Xbox, I guess, can't recognize the signal from the old instruments. It's just like a thing that like lets you use them on the new Xbox. The stupid thing is that like I should have just been able to buy like newer guitars and like newer drums, but those were also like several $100s a piece used, because I guess, I don't know, they stopped making them and then they became kind of a like cult item that people want because they break theirs and then they try and replace them and there aren't enough of them. So it's very expensive. It's very silly. But I've got it all sort of functioning now, so that's good. But yeah, I did feel a little bad that I made him bring it all the way over. And then he forgot the dongle. But it had to be specifically mine and my brother's Rock Band set. Like I have to use his Xbox account and everything because over the years we've bought like 400 plus like extra songs for it. So like our copy of Rock Band has like 400 like of our own personally picked songs that are like all of our favorite music. So whenever I play a copy of Rock Band that isn't like our copy of Rock Band, I'm always like, where's all the good music? And it's like, oh right, we bought all of the good music. Okay, I have to figure out where this eyeball goes. My brother used to buy the old Rockstar game guitars on Goodwill and sold them on eBay for double the price. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I was like, dude, like if you were smart enough to buy those all up back in the day, you'd make a fortune now. I guess your brother was on top of it. Smart guy. Okay, eyeball slightly higher than nose bridge here. I still think the problem is that the nose bridge is too high. Still, kind of. Let's cut it down even further. Just a little bit more. Just slightly. That's pretty good. Honestly, I'm kind of for the like red-eyed demon fox look we've got happening right now. It's a little ominous looking. He's just an evil little guy. It's the good thing of living here. There's so much old shit on thrift stores. Yeah, I believe that. Ontario, like, there's too many people because I live in a city, so like the turnover is just too quick. But every once in a while, if you like watch out on like Facebook Marketplace and stuff, I'm sure you could like score a good deal off of someone who didn't know that what they were trying to get rid of like was worth more than they thought. But I know Fortnite Festival is trying to like replace Rock Band basically. They have like a guitar you can buy, but it's expensive. It's like $150 for the new one. And I think if that goes well, they're talking about adding the other instruments and stuff. But I don't know if I could trade in to Fortnite Festival. I've never been a big Fortnite stan. I think I'm just not cut out for like Alla Prima oil painting. I'm not good at not layering stuff. I love layering stuff. I don't know how you guys just like commit to mushing this stuff around wet. You guys. I say you guys. There's a bunch of Alla Prima oil painters in the chat. I accuse you all of painting Alla Prima. How dare you? But yeah, it's just tough. I don't know. It's not a style that like works in my brain very well. Although I think the vague, interesting shapes and colors that I'm landing here are kind of fun. So maybe I'm gonna push this instead of trying to do like realistic like I've been doing. Maybe I'm gonna lean into these like strange colors and try and do something a little bit more of an interpretation than a realism. Or maybe we'll just call it quits when I get frustrated enough, let it dry, come back in a week and finish it with layers like we would in acrylics. And be happier with it overall. I don't know. More creativity. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna leave him a little evil. Maybe I'm gonna leave him red-eyed. I could give him his yellow eye, but I kind of like him evil. I kind of want him to be more evil. It's the goth fox ears. They're like rooting into my brain and making me dark evil Nikki. It's also just hard to see the like truth of oil paint colors when you have a bit of glare and stuff going on. Also just not I'm not well versed at putting down wet paint on top of wet paint without pulling the underpaint up a little bit. It's just a lot of stuff I'm not that well versed in. Sometimes I think I'm a good painter and then I start using a medium that isn't acrylic and I'm like, we need more practice. We need a lot more practice. It's okay though. More practice means more streams, so. The good news is I've been enjoying the practice lately. I just have had a fun time painting. It just feels good to be back into it. There's so many years of like being disenfranchised with it. It just feels nice to like it again. I'm also not used to how important brush stroke direction is with oils. Because they don't dry down flat immediately. The like texture of your brush stroke is just so much more apparent. Could you get a fit check? Yeah, you can get a fit check. For you, Sandflea, you can get a fit check. His red eye does make him look evil. Because he's an evil guy. He's just an evil little guy. He's been made evil by me. This is a fit today, Sandflea. I'm wearing my Aiden hoodie, which was one of my favorite bands when I was younger. This is a replacement hoodie, actually, that I purchased when I found it online a couple years ago, because I owned this hoodie in like 7th grade through high school, and I wore it into shreds. Like, it disintegrated and I had to eventually throw it out. And then I found this hoodie online and I was like, that's my high school Eden hoodie, I have to have it. So I purchased it, and I even put all the safety pins on the collar that I had when I was in high school because I was a little emo weirdo. Thanks, Sandflea. I'm feeling the red and black today. I'm definitely leaving him evil. He's getting the red eye treatment in honor of my outfit. He's got to match me. He needs the red eye because I'm in a red and black mode today. But yeah, I love this hoodie. Technically, it was my brother's hoodie originally. He's the one who bought it, like, when I was in, like, 7th grade. And then I promptly stole it from him and never gave it back. My brother deals with a lot of my bullshit. He's a very good brother. I'm sure he wanted to kill me a lot of the time. But he was always very nice. And I was always stealing his hoodies and his band t-shirts. And he just let it happen. Very grateful that I have a brother that I get along so well with. We always had a very good time together in high school. We had each other's backs and, like, hung out with a lot of the same people and just had a lot of fun. I miss not seeing him regularly now that I don't live in the same town as him. We would play more video games together, but he's a console baby. He's a console baby who doesn't play games that I play. No, Sandflea, I don't know if I mentioned to you that I did try, I tried Marvel Rivals. I played a little bit of it. Just a little bit. I can't remember if we talked about this already or not, though. I liked it all right. I didn't like it as much as I like Overwatch, which people who don't like Overwatch probably think I'm insane for thinking that. But I found compared to Overwatch, it felt a little, what's the word? Heavy. Like the controls and the movements and stuff felt a little bit like slow and heavy compared to Overwatch, where everything's a little bit more like responsive and like speedy. But I played, who did I play as? I played a bit of Squirrel Girl. I played a bit of Rocket Raccoon. And oh, I played the most as the Scarlet Witch because she's very similar to Moira in Overwatch, who is like probably my main in Overwatch. And so her controls seemed the most familiar to me. But I thought it was fun. I don't know. I definitely would play more of it. I definitely don't like it as much as Overwatch, but it has a way more active community right now than Overwatch does, which is nice. Girl that uses ice is fast. Okay, I'll have to look into that. I didn't try like every character, so I do need to like go to the training range or whatever it's called and like cycle through some stuff and like see if I can find some characters that just feel a little better for me. And one thing I really didn't like about it was that because it's like open and everybody can pick whatever character they want, like you don't role select, it means like 9 times out of 10 you'd load into a team and your team would be like, no, I'm not healing, and there would be no healer on the team, and it's like, well, now I either have to cave and heal or nobody's getting healed this round, which is fine, I guess. But I kind of do prefer an Overwatch where like everybody has to pick their thing and like commit to it. But maybe that's just because I've been Overwatch pilled for so long now that style just kind of seems more normal for me. Oh no, I dropped my paintbrush. Whenever I stream, I always get a little drippy nose. I don't know why. Dropped my oil paintbrush on the floor. It's more problematic than dropping my acrylic paintbrush on the floor. Second, I gotta wipe that up before it gets everywhere. None of the pigments that I'm using today are any of the like really toxic oil pigments. I'm not like that concerned about it, but still it's the kind of thing that should definitely get cleaned up. When I drop acrylic paint somewhere, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna dry, it's fine. But you drop oil paint somewhere and you don't clean it up, the next thing you know, everything you own has stains on it. Some practice might make you enjoy it more. The main problem with the game you see right now is that there's no balance. You get destroyed easily. Yeah, that makes sense. I think for that kind of game, it just takes a while for like people playing it, for them to like make some changes before like the balance kind of sorts itself out. It would be really hard to like just get that right off the bat when you release a game like that. So I don't really blame them for it. But yeah, I think some time just to like kind of streamline some stuff and clean up the gameplay a little bit will help a lot. But I did really like it. I'll definitely play a bit more of it. We played it because Goldie's brother wanted to give it a try. And we were like, yeah, I'll try anything. I ain't picky, I'll try anything. So it was at least fun for that reason. But I think maybe I'll convince Goldie to stream a little bit of it with me when he's off work next. He works for the next 2 days, so if I'm around the next 2 days, it'll be art streams, but... Nice YouTube tutorials about characters if you want to learn any specific ones. So that's a good idea. You can just like watch through and then get the tips on. I remember doing that like back in the day with Overwatch characters and it helping a lot. I do think just like having a like Overwatch background is helpful in that kind of a game, just because it is a similar like cart push like team mechanic situation. So I didn't feel completely out of my element, but... What can we do with this background to make it more interesting than it is currently? Can't decide if I like the like big brush strokiness of the background, or if I want to kind of like blur it all together gently. So I'll start blurring because that's my instinct and see where that gets me. Ooh, who do we have here? Silent Speaker 01 is raiding with a party of 4. Silent Speaker. I don't know who you are. You must be silent. It says silent raid? Oh no. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I didn't know it was supposed to be silent. Does that mean I have to be quiet? Shh. What have you been up to, guys? What were you doing on stream, Silent Speaker? Thank you for the follow. Shadowwind Art. Welcome, everybody. What were you doing on stream? Are you an art streamer as well? I don't recognize your name. If you are an art streamer, and even if you're not, just give us some links. Give us some links. I mean, it's so hard not to announce. Thank you, Shadowwind Art, for the follow. Ooh, you guys are getting us so close to that 50 follower count. Oh, we're so close we can taste it. Playing a short hike today, but you've been doing crochet projects, ballpoint stuff lately. That's fun. I used to crochet a lot, and I haven't done it in a long time. I should pop into your crochet stream so I can get so envious that you're doing it that I'll start doing it again too. Kind of thing where you crochet. Have you been crocheting lately? Do you do like amigurumi, like 3D stuff, or are you doing like clothes or hats? You get lots of fun reactions to your raid calls. Some start whispering, others start typing. One guy yelled in the face of your silence. That's what I should have done. We're in evil dark fox mode today. Usually when we're here, we're wearing normal fox ears and we're acting normal, but today we're feeling a little evil, so we're in goth mode. So goth mode reaction should have probably been to just yell at you and be like, there's no silence here. We have no silence allowed. But your latest completed project was a hat, but you usually do amigurumi, and you're currently working on a reversible Jigglypuff Ditto plushie. Your chat name Jigglytoe. That's pretty good. I will have to go do some creeping after stream to check this stuff all out because it sounds very up my alley. Jigglytoe. That's good stuff. And what is a short hike? Playing a short hike, is that a video game, or are you saying you went for a short hike and you IRL streamed a short hike? Because if a short hike is a video game, this is also a video game that I do not know about. You do not need a permit for links. You have raided in. Anyone who raids in gets free reign on links. You can spam all the links you want, even if they're to nefarious sites. I don't care. You put those links wherever you want. You put as many of them as you want. You put them wherever you want. I don't know if my bot will. I have Seribot installed, which I only did recently, and I don't know if Seribot will steal your links away from you when you post them. But give it a try, and if it happens, I'll have to look at how to tell them to stop. Oh yeah, Seribot. Seribot, you motherfucker. You stole her links. His links? Her links? I don't know what your gender is. Something said female to me. Maybe it's the demure quietness, the silence of it all. Us girls, they tell us to silence a lot, so she, they. Same as me. I'm kind of one of those people who's like, I don't really care, like, I don't identify as anything in particular, I'm chill with whatever. You can call me he if you want, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter to me. Man. Okay. The question is, how? I don't know how to tell. Does anybody in chat know how to tell Seribot to, like, just fuck off and let people have links? Because that's very unfortunate. That checks out. I feel the same way that like I would be surprised if anybody interacting with me, their instinct was to go for he, but it just doesn't really bother me one way or the other. I mostly like the concept of they because I like the concept that it's just not that important which one we are. Don't use that bot, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry, but your links have been modded out. I don't know what to do about it. But if you have links, I'm gonna give you a little creepy. Ooh, let's see what we can creep from you here. Ooh, maybe I can do something about it here. I feel like there has to be an option somewhere where you can choose to allow it, but even on my stream manager end, it cut your link into just stars. It's very odd indeed. All right. Is this you, S. Elizabeth Art? Is this correct? Did I find the right silent speaker? 01? This looks right to me. Where'd my Streamlabs go? You come here. You show what's going on my right monitor right now. Is this your stuff? Is this what you do? If this is your stuff, it's very nice. I don't see any crochet though. It seems like you, like me, have a affinity for animals if this is what you like to paint. Ooh, that's all very nice. Ooh, that's good stuff. Zookeeper by morning, is that true? Are you a zookeeper? That's all very interesting. You have a DeviantArt link? Oh, I haven't had a DeviantArt in a minute. I didn't know this was still a thing. That brings me right back. This is so cute. Did you make this? This is very cute. I saw an otter in real life very recently at the Biodome in Montreal, and it really made me appreciate otters. You haven't made an actual post on Instagram in a long time? Have you still been making art? Because based on what you've got up there, you should be posting more, because it looks cute. It looks good. I want to see more. I want to see that crochet up there. You should have more of it accessible. My cam is upside down now. Oh, on my monitor thing? Is it I must not have corrected it on that. It's weird that it's not corrected on both, but I don't know. Sandflea, you know all about my technology troubles. I can't keep a cam functioning. It's just outside of my realm of possibilities. In the other view it was? That's weird. I'll have to alter that if I use that right monitor cam again. You want to post more of your crochet stuff, but you want to find a cute way to stage it. You recently hopped back into art and I'm hoping to start being more active on socials again. I also am a recent back into it individual. It's only been basically since I started streaming again, which It's only been a couple months. I think the beginning of the year is when I really started getting back into painting. And prior to that, I hadn't really done it for over a decade. So I had to go through the whole growing pains of like making a dedicated Instagram for it and stuff. And now I'm like, I hate Instagram, but there's no other place to be. So, but have a good dinner and thanks for the raid and the follow. And I hope to see you on crocheting soon. Or painting or doing whatever you do. Oh, thanks, Sandflea. I'll look into that after chat. I will see if I can't figure it out, then I'll just tell Saribot to fuck off, because I like people to be able to post links in chat, especially raiders. So there's got to be a way to like mod it so that I can like allow certain ones and it doesn't just auto ban everything I get. So, but painting is like riding a bike. Aside from that, it doesn't really involve your feet at all. I don't know. It could involve your feet. You don't know. You don't know how I paint in my private life. Maybe I go full toe mode and I paint all of my pictures with only my feet. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna commit to the red eye life. So we gotta do that with actual paint instead of just with sheer canvas. We're trying to figure out how to take inspiration from this guy without being too literal about it and make him a little evil along the way. Oh, I moved my camera setup and now it's like attached to my desk, so every time I pump my desk, everything goes for a wild ride, so I'm sorry for you guys. And I'm also sorry that you can see my like head in frame all the time when I'm painting, but you're just gonna have to live with it. No, there is no toe painting stream coming your way. I you know what? Maybe one day, when I'm feeling extra spicy, we can set a like an insane goal for like donations or followers or something, subscriptions or something. And if we reach it, then I'll do a toe painting stream for all of you degenerates out there. But a little secret about me is that I have extremely dexterous toes. I have long monkey-like toes that can do tricks. I can light a lighter with my feet. It's true. I know, I should be making money with it somehow, but alas, my feet are not very pretty. I have very flat feet with no arches, which is not attractive. And plus, I just don't take good care of them, and I walk around all over the place, and you just don't want to see that. You guys don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. I'm Beast from X-Men. That's dope. I don't know about that. Beast from X-Men. Oh, our album ended. Guys, our album ended. What are we going to listen to now? What are we going to listen to now? It has to be a little evil. Whatever it is, it has to be at least a little evil. What do we want? How do you guys feel about crystal castles? Is that a little too much for you guys right now? You want something chiller than that? What's everybody feeling? Furry, smart, and big-ass toes, you beast. I'm putting that on my business card. It's gonna be, like, listed in my resume as my traits. Okay, you guys are getting crystal castles, and if anybody doesn't like it, if anybody's like, this is too much for me right now, you speak up, and I'll change it to whatever your little heart desires, as long as it's a little evil. Just a little bit. No toes for free ever? I mean, I don't know. If I'm feeling particularly generous, maybe a little toes. We'll see. We'll see when the summer's out and I'm like, ooh, I can't wear socks right now. I couldn't possibly. That would be a nice dono goal. If you guys get this dono goal, I'm gonna take my socks off. I'm gonna do toe tricks for everyone. I don't know about that. don't know if I'm willing to lower and debase myself to that kind of internet debauchery yet. But then again, there is a price for everything. Furry, smart, and big-ass toes. I don't know if I've ever had anyone refer to my toes as big-ass toes. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that, Chef. You wear socks all summer, you dry out otherwise. I hate socks. I hate socks and I hate shoes. If I could never wear either, I just wouldn't. You dry out? Really, you dry out? That's a thing? Your feet dry out? Yours are dainty like flowers, I believe that, Chef. Pristine little toes made out of flowers and sunshine. Absolute little works of art, I bet. Very demure and delicate, every part of me, I believe that. You're just a little fairy prince. Everything's soft and sweet about you. Tiny cute toes, but hairy. Sounds like my kind of hobbit dream. Guys are nuts. But no, probably if I end up doing silk streams, aerial silk streams, chances are y'all are gonna see my feet on stream at some point. It is really hard to do silks with socks on. You just feel like you don't have the same control, and then you feel like you're gonna die. So the feet gotta be out for that one. For sure, you live that hobbit whole life out here, secondsies every day. I feel that. I legitimately had 2 breakfasts. Actually, technically I had 3 breakfasts this morning. But then I did have a very, very late lunch, so. And I haven't had dinner yet, so. But I have had snacks in between. And I did eat 2 chocolate bars. 2 full chocolate bars. I'm being a bit of a degenerate with my eating habits this week. But what can I say? I gotta get what I want. I don't really have method for this painting. I'm just kind of poking about and hoping we end up with something I don't hate. But the toe grippers also help you hang upside down from the ceiling. I can do a full invert on the aerial silk and hang upside down like a bat. I don't use my toes for support, unfortunately. I use my arms for support. But I can do a full invert like a bat and hang there. I can pretend it's from my toes if that's what you want. Somehow fucked up your back and you need to hang upside down now or something. I have a lot of neck problems that stem from the spine, the what's it called? Vertebrae? Is that the right thing that I'm talking about? My spine is all fucked up, especially in the neck and upper back region. And part of why I got into aerial silks is because I use it for inversions to flip upside down so that it stretches all of that out. And it helps a lot with back pain and neck pain. My special spine, oh, it's special, all right. I've got a lot of special parts. I got special flat feet and special fucked up neck and special brain that's too big for my head. And I'm just a very special individual. Got a lot of special things about me. Special good? I don't know. But special nonetheless. You feel extra special lately, too? That's unfortunate. I don't wish being special upon anyone. But yeah, you should, if you have the ability to hang upside down and you've got back pain, I highly recommend. It helps me a ton. I try and invert for like 10-15 minutes a day at least and just hang there upside down so that everything gets stretched out. There's a specific move I do on the aerial silks that it's like a drop where you like wrap yourself up in the silks, and then when you like let your leg go, you like fall and it catches you before you break your neck on the ground. But it kind of like, it feels like the equivalent of someone taking you by your ankles and like going like this to you. Like it like flicks all of the tension out of your entire spine and every bone in my body cracks, and then I get up and I feel a million times better. Absolutely a million times better. So highly recommend the inversions for anyone capable of inverting. It's a deeply relaxing sensation for me. Although I know being upside down makes a lot of people feel really ill, so behave with caution, I guess. You want your spine to crack? Yes, please. It feels so good. It's my favorite thing to do. My mom had, I guess technically she still has it, but she has it like very under control now. But she suffered a lot over the years with sciatica. She has a like herniated disc in her back that is kind of caused her a lot of pain over the years. And so she bought like an inversion table, which is like a flat table that you lie down and strap your ankles into, and then it hangs you upside down. And that also helped her a lot. So there's some proof to the, if you've got spine-based pain, just get upside down. Just get inverted. Get rotated. We all just need a little more rotation. Someone should just hold you upside down and shake me until the problems go away. I wish, honestly. Like a giant, if a giant could just like come out of the woodwork and like just pick me up by the ankles and just like, you know. Sometimes I genuinely feel like if you could put me on one of those like medieval torture devices where they like have your wrists bound and your ankles bound and then they just like crank a big lever that like stretches you out, I genuinely feel like it would feel amazing and it would help me. Genuinely. Once it gets a little warmer, you can start swimming again. That's really nice. I miss swimming. I love swimming. It won't get warm enough for swimming here for a long time. Probably not until like July. I mean, we could go indoor swimming. We could go to like, what's it called? A like rec center or whatever, but outdoor swimming, not for a while. A big day for kings. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be pandering to you guys this bad, encouraging the degenerates out there, but can I say it's evil? It's evil Fox Day today. We're feeling a little spicy. We're feeling a little evil. We can't help it. We got sent these beautiful evil fox ears from Sandflea in chat. So if we're feeling evil and anybody has a problem with the evil days today, then you can take it up with Sandflea. So in terms of evil fox, should we give this guy a pupil or no pupil? Like just like a glowing eye hole with no pupil, or do we want to give him a pupil? I guess I'm gonna try the pupil, and then if it looks silly, we'll just smudge it back out. I think I maybe liked it better without. What I need is a non-ochre based yellow on this palette so that I can Kind of want to make this red eye look a little fiery. And I can't do that with the ochre because it doesn't have the right vibrancy for that, so. Yeah, you're right. The pupil made him look less evil. Get that pupil out of there. Get out of there, pupil. I don't have time for that. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're going to add some red around the outside of this eye. So we can see if we can try and create a vague effect of glowing. Are we capable of doing this without reference? Who knows? We'll find out. Okay, I need a clean brush to scrub some of this. Get out of there. Get scrubbed. Do you ever... sorry, I missed a couple of these. Chase your joy, that's what you say, as long as no one gets hurt non-consensually. That's true. That's very true. Do you ever eat a meal and your stomach immediately starts sounding like a sad puppy? Yeah, honestly, all the time. Pokes the tum-tum. Don't tell him to shut it. He's got to express himself. If your tummy wants to grumble, you let him grumble. He's got needs too, you know. All right, let us get a nice orange mixed up. Get this eye back in there where it belongs. I feel like I have a sensation that I keep putting my elbow in paint, but I'm not actually doing it. I'm just coming like disturbingly close to. Trying to do this without impeding your guys' vision with my head, but alas, we haven't found the perfect camera setup yet. You've only angered it. It's time for you to do some bed yoga. Well, enjoy your bed yoga. I hope it makes your tum-tum feel less loud. It's really hard to layer paint with the oils for me. I don't have the touch I need. The nice light, you poke it and you just barely touch it so that it sits on top of the other wet layer and it doesn't just lift it all up. I don't know, he's looking a little evil. You're looking a good amount of evil now. I gotta get is this dark nose stuff put in shape. Two nostrils. And I think he just needs more darkness on the underside of some of this. The problem is that like it keeps pulling up. I guess I really am a like I should do this in layers type of painter. It's so hard to like untrain yourself. I want the layers. I don't want to just do it all wet. I need is a skinny brush that I can use for hairs after this. Actually, what we're gonna do is I'll finish poking around a little bit to get his like features the right value. And then I'm going to I'm gonna see if we can't get some life into the background of this. It's looking a little bleak to me right now. And I think just like a little bit of color added in back there could really really add some more depth to this, so. Okay, what color can we add to the background that's gonna make this interesting, but isn't going to like detract from the focus being on the fox? Maybe if can we mix up some purple maybe? Maybe a nice little purple tone. Just get a little bit of that in here and there. Already seems slightly more interesting to me. Okay, now let's get a bigger brush that we can kind of fluff this stuff out with. Wonder fan brush work? Try a fan brush. Okay, you're stretching in a chair now. Your shoulders feel like cinder blocks. My shoulders always feel like cinder blocks. That's just kind of my like general state of being. I'm sorry that you can relate. I should probably take a bit of inspiration from you and maybe stretch a little myself. Can feel myself getting cranked up. Oh yeah, the fan brush does a pretty good job actually. I'm a fan of this. That was not an intentional pun. Do not take that as an intentional pun. I am not a pun person. If you take that as an intentional pun, I will remove you from chat forevermore. This is a no pun zone. Thank you very much. That's how you know we're both solidly built. I don't know if I want to be solidly built. Doing a pretty good job at like blurring everything together really gently. Pretty happy with that actually. It's creating a like fun like wispy brush stroke situation. You know, I am not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. I think this area down here needs a lot more paint before we start wisping it together. Problem is just that it's hard to, when you're not working in layers, like get this blended without blending him into it. We're doing all right. Needs more white. You want to be solidly built someday, hopefully in a laboratory. Honestly, if they could like trade my body out for like bionic woman body that just functions properly, I'd be pretty tempted. Oh, I'd be pretty tempted. All right. I don't hate that. I don't hate any of that. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break because I drank my tea and now, surprise, surprise, I have to go eat. Plus I need to walk away from this for just a second so I can come back and decide if there's any part of it that I hate before we carry on. So I'm going to take a quick BRB, probably only realistically like 3 minutes. Put a timer on, I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm gonna pee, I'm going to refill my tea, which in turn will make me need to pee again in a little while. So you guys sit tight. Okay, I'm back. Was it less than 3 minutes? Did I lie? Was it more than 3 minutes? Every poo-poo time is a pee-pee time, but not every pee-pee time is a poo-poo time. Chef. You're always just coming in here and filling my chat with the most eloquent, the most beautiful of poetry. You're gonna go down in history, I just know it. That one's gonna outlive you. Okay, how do we feel? How do we feel about this? Kind of happy with the glow. Happy with the top background, very unhappy with the bottom background. We have to decide what we're looking at. Or are we just gonna add a bunch of splotches of colors and blend them together and hope it makes sense? We'll try it. We'll just put stuff in and see what happens. What I want is more color than is actually in there, so let's get some blues in there. Let's get some purples in there. You're profound and occasionally prolust as well. You're everything you want to be, chef. We certainly can't argue that you bring words with you everywhere you go. You're a talker? That's good. That's good for me. I like talkers here. Keeps me awake. When nobody's in chat, I get sleepy very quickly. I need people to be yapping with. Makes me feel alive. Okay, well, that was too dark. Well, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. My microphone is like blocking the bottom left corner of this reference photo for me. Okay, it's kind of dark in there. I don't know why I'm doing this with this tiny brush. Because I'm me. Because I'm me and I love the tiny brush. It's who I am. Let me paint a picture. I'm out here rolling around, yawning, and really stretching deep. Okay, that's it. You said the word stretching too many times. I gotta have a wee stretch too. Oh, it hurts to sit in a chair for too long. The shoulders, they're mad. I took not a long break, but I took like a couple week break from rock climbing, because my friends were over and I was just really busy the like week or two before that, and I was sick, and so I took a long break from it compared to how often I usually go, which is about 3 times a week normally. And the last 2 days I've gone rock climbing, and let me tell you, my shoulders are not happy about it. My mid-back is not happy about it. I'm doing this one off stream so that you guys don't get any crazy views. Touch the toes. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Chef. I'm all stretched out now. Your mid-back is angy too. It's only on my left side. My right side is fine, but like just in the middle on the left, or yeah, on the left is just pissed. Feels like there's a rock in there. I have one of those like massage guns that like slams into you. And I had Goldie use it on my back last night. It felt like somebody like stabbing me in the back. It was so mad in there. But I think it helped a little bit. I really like that thing. Although I have to, I can't allow myself to use it when I have a migraine, because when I get migraines, I lose all concept of pain tolerance, and I can't tell if I'm hurting myself, and I literally want to just like hold it to my temple and have it like rattle my brains. But I don't do that because I know I shouldn't, but I want to. Oh, but I want to, though. Yeah. Clumsy. Oh, I'm clumsy today. It's the, I think, third time a paintbrush has fallen down. Going to just add a little bit of extra color and darkness around in here places, and then we're gonna hit it all with a fan brush. Oh, we're gonna add some white highlights in here, and then we're gonna hit it with the fan brush. You guys are slipping a little. You guys are slipping. You're getting out of control. Come on. This setup. Ooh, it makes me mad. Huh? Yeah? Come on. Just stay angled. Not that angled. Too angled. Take it back. Can I just move you? No. You. Yes. There we go. Samesies, you don't understand pain tolerance either, and that's why you keep injuring your back without realizing. Yeah, I'm bad for that. It's mostly when I have a migraine. When I actively have a migraine, I just like, it goes out the window, and I have to be really careful because I start doing things like my head gets so painful that I like grip like my hands and like my neck really tightly, and then after the migraine passes, I look in the mirror and I have like little crescent moon like cuts all over my like hands and neck because I was just like reaming on it too hard. And so I have to be like kind of aware when I have an active migraine that I'm not like using a massager too hard and like wrecking my skin or like squeezing things too hard and doing damage to myself. It's a blessing and a curse because it means like in my daily life, like I have a pretty high pain tolerance. Like if I fall down or whatever, I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. And if I have like a mild headache or anything, I'm pretty good at like rallying and being like, it's just a little headache, I can carry on. But it definitely has its downsides, so. But at the end of the day, I'm just a lady with a lot of problems. Get some white highlights chunked into this all. And then we're gonna fan it all out. Almost out of white. You know, when I did the Hobbit hole, I say like did it like I'm finished it. I still haven't finished it, but when I was streaming the Hobbit hole, I picked gouache for that because I thought gouache would be a medium that would make me be a little less precise and a little more painterly than I get with acrylics, and I wanted to like try and push myself in that direction. And it didn't end up working that way for me at all. I feel like I just like painted the way I would have with acrylics, but kind of shittier because it was in gouache and I didn't have as much control as I would have with acrylics. Whereas I think this is actually, as a medium, making me paint a lot more painterly than I usually would. So maybe oil streams are the move to get me out of my rigid acrylic shell. You think we're okay now? As long as you think we're okay now. You would know, right? You've got the facts on whether or not we're okay? I can trust your opinion. All right, we have reached critical mass and I now need to put more white on my board. Where'd my white go? You get, buddy. You don't really know anything? Well, same. Same though. It's okay though, the edible is kicking in and also the Tylenol. Yeah, that'll be me after stream. After stream is when the gummies will come out, and I will then enter a comatose state for the rest of the night. Personally, I like avoid taking Tylenol or Advil unless I have a migraine, because I take so much of it when I have a migraine that one Advil, if I take it when I don't have a migraine, sometimes will trigger a migraine in me. But also it just like doesn't work very well on me because I take it too often for migraines. So I kind of like, unless I really need the pain relief, I just kind of struggle through. Okay, let's blur this up. I do this with a light touch and also with like a bit of like directionality so that it feels like it's going up and down, like the trees in the background are going up and down. Assuming in the area down here at the bottom, one, I think I should be cleaning the fan brush more often so that it's not got paint that's going to transfer all over the place. And two, I think I got to start making smaller little brushes with it. so that I don't over blend this stuff. You feel at least an inch taller overall. So that makes you what, like 6'5" now? You're like 6'4", like normally, right? Probably completely unfounded, but good stretch. I'm glad you had a good stretch. You deserve it, chef. You deserve to be all stretched out and limber. Like 5'7.5". That's about how tall I am. 5'7", 5'8". Unless I put those big heels on. I'm tall-ish for a girl. Not like super tall, but taller than average. You're just a little guy? That's good. I like little guys. I like guys who are just little guys. Although my spouse is not just a little guy. He's like conceptually a little guy, but not in height. He's 6'1" ish, I think. He's a tall boy. But in his like heart, he's a little guy. He's not physically short, but he's got little guy attitudes. He's just a little boy. He's just a good little boy. Can't decide if I'm like over blurring this out or not blurring it out enough. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Thank God for that ass, though. He has a nice heart. You can tell, yes, he's a big sweetie. He is the sweetest guy in the world. Him and I are just, we're very simpatico. We've been together for a long time, and it's just always worked, because we're both very chill individuals. It's very hard to rattle us, and we're both pretty good with communication, and I think both of us are just people who, like, want to see the other person happy more than anything else in the world, so he's a really good guy. But that's not how we're supposed to be talking today. Today's evil stream. We're supposed to be saying evil things and doing evil deeds. I don't know how I feel about this. Do we blur it out too much? I think it needs a bit more white. Yeah? Here? Just give it a little more white and then do it again, I guess. The most important thing. You can never really have a fight if you just want to know, like, sub. No, for real though, I think in a lot of relationships people get in fights because, like, they just, like, they take things personally instead of, like, being curious about why their spouse is, like, having a hard time. That, like, sometimes I wake up and I'm just in a bad mood, but, like, I'm not gonna take it out on my spouse. And if I see that Goldie's in a bad mood and I say, like, hey, like, you doing all right over there? And he'll say, yeah, I slept like shit, so I'm in a bad mood. And I'll be like, cool, that sucks. What do you want? What can I do for you? It's just very chill. You just gotta be nice to one another. You gotta have each other's happiness as your main priority. And as long as that's true, it's easy. It's easy. people want too much specific from their partners and not enough general. Like, you just want to be around them and you don't need them to do anything specific most of the time. People mistake like and love all the time too. That's true. Yeah, the like roads of what you want from your spouse need to go both ways as well. Like, I will like ask for favors. Like, my back hurts, will you rub my back for me? And Goldie will say, yes, of course I will. And then I reply to that with like extreme gratitude. Like, thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that for me. And vice versa. Like, if he needs help with anything or like wants a back rub or like wants dinner or something and he's busy, he just asks and I do it and he's grateful back to me. And so it's easy to be like happy with one another when you like are willing to do things for the other person because you know that they also do things for you. I have a couple people in my life who are in couples where it seems like they're kind of there to just get as much like payment out of the other person as they can. That they're constantly nagging like, oh, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? But never offering to help them. And when the spouse does do the things for them, they like aren't really that grateful. And they end up being like, just like, oh, you made me dinner, like, great. And like not being like thankful at all for, like, it doesn't take that much work to just be like, thank you for doing this for me. It means a lot to me. But yeah, people just, some people in relationships, they're just in relationships that they should not be in. I've got a number of people I know who are in relationships that they should not be in, but I'm not saying any names. They could find this and then they'd know. I think they should break up. Or at least talk to a therapist. In all fairness, though, people are dumb and not smart. People other than us. Yes, that's right. Just anyone in this specific chat is smart and a genius and perfect and lovely. And if you happen to not be part of this very specific community, then yeah, y'all are just dumb. You're not smart. You don't know. It's not a labor agreement. So many people I know are in a relationship like, I do this and they do this. Yeah, definitely. We kind of split everything, like, just whoever has the free time to be doing something does it. It's not a like, oh, he does the laundry and I do the dishes. It's just like, no, whoever needs to be doing it because it's time for it to be done and they're free does it. And it works out fine that way, but I don't know. It just, I don't get it. To me, like, it's easy to just not fight and not have it be hard, but I've always been, like, a very independent person. Even before we started dating, like, when I was younger, like, a teenager and stuff, I wanted to do things for myself and wanted to be self-sufficient and be able to take care of myself. And, at the end of the day, I would way rather be single and alone than in a relationship that wasn't right. And so it was very easy for me to keep my standards at a place where it was like, oh, well, I'm not gonna settle for less. And I know that I can take care of myself. So if I have a relationship here, it's because it's a person that I just want to be spending time with. And as long as that's true, it just, I don't know, it seems easy. But I know it's not easy for everybody, so I don't know. I wish I could give, like, some of my friends, like, advice that they could really, like, hold and, like, use to improve. Because, like, I have certain friends that they just, like, sometimes they're just at war with their spouses. And it's like, my advice for you is just don't do that. just don't do it. And if they're doing it and you're trying to not do it, then, like, don't be with them. But I don't know. People are crazy. It's easy to not fight over dishes. Your mom was always fighting over dishes with someone. I just do the dishes and try to keep talking about, like, dishes and other stuff. Talk about the dishes, though. Talk about the anger. Talk about what isn't fair. Yeah, I get that. It's weird, from an adult perspective, the things that sometimes parents and, like, people in authority in general get caught up on and get angry over when you're younger. From an adult perspective, a lot of the time it's like, Dude, it's so easy to just not be mad. It's just so easy. I don't know. I'm not a very easily like rattled person. I'm a pretty if I get rattled, it's like from existential dread. It's from like, yikes, the world is on fire, or like, yikes, my health is such a mess and I like don't know why this is happening to me. But like, it's very hard for like daily life stuff of like, oh, I spilled a like cake on the floor and there's a big mess, or like, oh, the car broke down. Like that stuff just, I see people all the time get like literally irate and like willing to fight because like an accident happened because something got spilt, or like someone was late, and it's just like, it's more work to be angry than it is to just not care. Yeah, for real, exactly. Do this stuff. And half the time, like, if you're mad that they're not doing something, like, it's easier for you to do it yourself and have it be done than to, like, nag them over it. Like, if I was upset because, like, the apartment was a mess, I'm not just gonna be like, Goldie, clean the apartment. Why are you cleaning it? I'm just gonna get up and clean it because it's gonna take, like, half an hour tops, and then it's gonna be done and I'll feel better. It's, like, it's not rocket science, but it is to some people, so... But that's good, chef. It sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders. Your partner must be very pleased that you're easygoing and you know what's what. I hope they treat you the same way. You sometimes imitate the tone of the person you're talking to, but you don't actually realize if you're angry about something. You run away from all conflict because it's scary and you're weak. I avoid conflict because, like, I know I'm capable of hurting people. I was a, like, very debatey person when I was younger, and when conflict would rear up, I would not back down, and I can be pretty... I don't know what the word is. I can be cutting with my words, and I have a decent level of intellect that means that, like, I can kind of run logic circles around some of the people in my life, and use it kind of against them to bamboozle them and then, like, get the upper hand. And I, over the years, have known that, like, I have the capacity to be manipulative to people in that way, when I'm mad or when I, like, want to be in the right. And so I avoid conflict mostly as a, like, I don't want to become the person that I become during conflict, because I can be, like, domineering and just, like, cruel to people. So I just try to keep the peace. I'm definitely I've become, as an adult, a peacekeeper in, like, every regard. When I see, like, my friends, like, struggling or fighting, or, like, anyone in my family is, like, overwhelmed or, like, just in a bad place, I, like, try to be the, like, mediator who, like, tries to bring it all down back into, like, I don't know, just calmness. I just don't like conflict. I don't like people being mad and mean to one another. I just want everybody to be happy. You have a great head on your cinder block shoulders. Well, yeah, you have a perfect rock solid foundation for that head. Now your partner is fucking brat, but I never fight anyway. Ooh. Well, somebody's got to back down if they're gonna be the brat. Oh, JK, good. Better not be that big. He can be a little bit of a brat, like a, like, cute brat. Like, it's like, ooh, I could get you, but it's in a, like, playful way. I can get behind fighting in a, like, playful way, but not in a, like, a true, like, unkind way. I can't get behind that. Wartime Nikki sounds fierce, not gonna lie. Yeah, I can be too much if I'm, like, brought to it, but Zero's complicated. Your partner, he cares super deep, but he sometimes gets in his own way. I feel like that's a lot of people. It's tough to, even when you know better, it's tough to still, like, act the way you know you should when emotions are involved, and when, like, the world is weighing on you, when your shoulders are heavy. Okay, the Crystal Castle's ended. What do we feel like? What do we feel like? What's evil? Oh my god, that's evil. Ooh, what kind of evil we feeling like? I want... What do I want? What do I want? Oh, what do I want? It's far too quiet now, far too quiet. This VOD separation situation better work. Sorry if it did work to anyone who's watching this VOD. No music for you. You can watch for the next 3 minutes as I decide what music I'm going to listen to that you cannot listen to. Ooh, let's go Bayside. I'm feeling Bayside right now. Get her in there. Ooh, get her in there. Very stereotypically Latin man, passionate, entitled, charming. Also has the worst adult ADHD I've ever encountered. I mean, that is the part that fascinates me to no end, that he's really quite intelligent, but also he isn't logical. He is all emotion. He always ends up redeeming a mistake. Always gets there in the end. He's a very strong sense of justice that matches a great jawline. You don't mind bragging about that. You pulling boys out there with great jawlines? Damn, chef. Go get them. I find it very interesting. I know a couple people too in my life who are like very intelligent but deeply illogical, and I can never like figure out how you can be both, but it's a thing that happens sometimes. Okay. What do we want here? We need... What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Background I'm happy with. Should we... Okay, we're gonna try... I don't know what method to use for getting the fur strokes to look like fur strokes. I think I need a hard, skinny... What do I got up there? Don't have a good, selection of oil brushes. That might work. A little strange guy. He might do just the trick, actually. I'm gonna give this thing a try. He's just a fan brush, but he's like all chewed up at the end for some reason, so we'll see what that does. Know how to cook. You're hyper rational, which is good because you're also kind of mad shit. Well, something's got to keep it reined in, right? Yeah, you can suggest whatever you want. I don't guarantee that I'll follow your suggestion, but I'll listen to it, and if it's good, I'll do it. Not to say that if I don't do it, it's not good, but I do want to hear it, so hit me with it. Suggest a way. What did you mean, can you suggest something in terms of music? Because if you want to suggest music, I'll take that too. It's canvas board, so it's like a canvas wrapped panel. It's only skinny. You can see he's only about that thick. It's like a, what's it called? Masonite panel that gets like textured with like gesso to be like textured like canvas, but it's not actual fabric. It's going to encourage me to consider the notion that I don't know the right thing, you might not know the wrong thing as well. Maybe the answer is sandpaper. Unfinished balsa wood, plastic comb, saran wrapped cucumber. There's no way to know the right way to do fur texture or the wrong thing. Saran wrapped cucumber sounds pretty interesting. I just want it to be more interesting in color than the reference, which I think we are achieving even though it's subtle. But I want the same fluffiness. This may or may not work. See how we feel about it. Maybe I should tell the gallery owner that you used a saran wrapped cucumber to release tense out of the gray winter. Is that the secret? It's a secret to relieving tension? The saran wrapped cucumber? Now who's putting too much kink in this stream? I think that one's on you. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't love it. Still, the blue on this side is coming up as so much more blue in the camera than it does to me on the real life. So take with that what you will. Maybe if, with that as a base, we brush it out with the soft fan brush. You don't think the cucumber has that kink? If you were a cucumber, you'd be into latex. I don't know about that. Latex is one of those things that, like, I can't get on board with. I got sensitive skin. The idea of having my skin, like, trapped inside a little latex thing, ooh. That sounds like a rash waiting to happen. It's the opposite of sexy to me. But I mean, I don't know, cucumbers could be their thing. I don't know. Disappoint and shock your conservative cucumber parents. Yeah, cucumber parents would be conservative, wouldn't they? How dare they? You think it looks good oversaturated? That's good to know. Maybe I will pull more blue then, because like I said, it's not that saturated in real life, although there's always stuff always looks different when you shine the different lights on it. Honestly, I'm not mad at that. need is clean brush too. Oh, that's not good. That pulls down way too deep into the red. Man, blending wet on wet is both frustrating as all hell and somehow a dream. How it can be both, I don't understand. I need like a little... Ooh, I need like a little fine liner that I can drag little wispy individual strands out with. Do I have a long one? I don't know if an acrylic one will work or if it'll be too... maybe that one will. Come here. Come here, you. Give that a try. It's not just the sensitive skin for you. Imagine the noise, the constant squeaking. That's honestly such a good point. It's not a pleasant sounding texture. It's just a fabric that says like, ow, that's giving me skin burn. And it sounds that way too. Haven't tried it, so you might actually enjoy it. Who knows? That's true. I've never had to put on a like latex suit. Maybe once I put it on, I'd be like, you know what? Feels pretty good. But no, I like soft textures too much. I'm a sucker for like fuzzy blankets and anything cuddly. Finish blocking out the rest of the novel today. Someone from your TTRPG table felt sick, so you delayed the game until next week. You took an edible, had a really great conversation, figured out exactly what the narrative needed. Cuddle textures all day, every day. Your team's squishmallow. Good, we're on the same team then. I want things to be soft and cuddly and cozy. I want to be in a big lush nest of velvets and just furs. I'm a fox after all. I like the furs. But good for you. I'm glad you're making progress. I feel good now that I'm painting because I took that week off and didn't get anything like interesting accomplished other than hanging out with my pals, which is interesting in its own right, but it definitely made me feel like I had lost a bit of momentum on my projects. So I'm proud of you for getting some work put down. I mean, if there was a conflict about pillows. I don't remember the last time I had a good pillow fight. You want to be considered acceptable to wear pajamas in all settings. I mean, it's getting there. I feel like we're not far off from that as a society. I go back and forth with that, though. I love fashion. So I both want it to be acceptable for us to wear pajamas in all situations, but I also want it to be acceptable for us to go over the top and wear like a literal gown just for no reason. But it's hard to get both. Honestly, though, that's legitimately what rave culture is like. You've got like a bunch of people in like the comfiest pajamas, like literally wearing onesies around all weekend, and then also people going like as hard as they've ever gone with like costumes and feathers and headdresses and what have you. It's why I love it so much. They're my people. They know how to just be chill, though. Nice thing about having autism is that when people look up what gifts to get you, they're always soft and colorful. That's true. That is lucky. I should just start telling people that that's what I want. If you can't think of what to get me, just buy me a fuzzy blanket. I'm gonna go crazy. The little brush we picked is working pretty good. I still think I need to blur this out a little bit more, though. Make rave culture sound real nice. The edibles kicking in. I'm jealous. I want that cozy, dazed feeling. I won't start until after stream, though. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of rave culture. To be fair, like, there's pros and cons to everything, right? Like, you're never gonna be in a place where you're, like, completely devoid of, like, there being some asshole there who's, like, there to drink and party and is kind of harshing on your vibes. But on the whole, it's just a nice community. I don't know. It's a place where I feel like I belong. All right. It's doing something. Let's do the other side. See, a little overboard there. Yeah, what did I do with the... My water over there is getting a little on the clogged up side. I should get it a rinse soon. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Mushing too much. Little bit darker. Getting somewhere. How long have we been doing this for? Not sure you could paint on edible. Maybe if it was a heavily processed painting or like highly conceptual. I mean, I guess if I can dance, you can probably draw. You go feral when you do visual art. Can't nobody teach nothing about art. You're unteachable. You just gotta go your own way. You don't have to be taught. It's not always about doing it by the books. But I haven't really done a lot of art like on Substance. I always do Substance and then it makes me think about doing art. I don't do it and then like the next day when I'm sober I do art. But I should try taking some edibles or something and doing a like painting day while on it, because it would be really interesting to me to see what came out of it. There are some things that I like do really well when I've taken gummies. Like I'm decent at rhythm games. Like when I play like stuff like DDR, like Beat Saber or whatever, I'm better when I've taken an edible. So I don't know if painting would like free me up and I'd like paint better because I'd like just not be thinking so much about it and I'd just be doing instinctually more, or if it would like just make me lazy and like I wouldn't be thinking about it, so I'd make bad decisions. I don't know. It's hard to say. Trying to shake up your process, you might learn something about yourself at the very least. That's true. I am trying to just hold myself to like a different standard every time I come to the easel. I just want diversity. I want to kind of have a different goal each time and like not just keep doing the same thing over and over again. It gets too easy to get like trapped in just like routine and stuff, and I don't want that to happen with my art where I just become like, oh well, it always turns out successful if I do a acrylic still life, so I'll just keep doing acrylic still lifes. I'm not going to no, all my brushes everywhere. Shit. I'm so clumsy today. I don't know why. Because I'm sleepy. But yeah, I just want to every time just like have the potential to be learning something new or trying something different. Around the time I was first starting to decide what kind of creator writer I wanted to be, first reading about Coleridge, and I was so taken by his exploratory, bold style. He was heavily into drugs. That checks out. There's definitely been influences for me that you look into it and you're like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. This artist's work is like really interesting because they were on a bunch of shit when they made it, or it was inspired by them being on a bunch of shit. And honestly, some of the best art out there is like, you can appreciate it to a much different level if you're, well, just a little high when you're watching it. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. This one brush that I'm using, I picked up because it was like finer, but it is really stiff because it's like a true oil brush, and it's just pulling the stuff back to the red background too easily. I need a soft guy. I need a little soft boy instead. He's not soft enough for me. In Xanadu, did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree? Look, I can get on board with a pleasure dome. Ooh, but this, because this guy's stiff, we can pull the hairs in the stomach up to red. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. I'm kind of into that. Happens if I saturate it with some white first. I got too many brushes in my hand. Far too many. Too many things going on. I've got a bunch of them sitting in water over here. I've made a mess. I made a mess of my space. This area in here needs to be darker. Much darker. Let's get a bunch of brown involved. Sometimes I listen to the lyrics in this album and I think about the fact that this was my favorite album when I was a 7th grader, and I'm like, bro, was I okay? Samuel Coleridge, you have encountered bits of his writing traveling through literature somewhere. He made a huge splash. Favorite thing he wrote, though, was the Aloian Harp. Wrong poem. I do not recognize the name, but I did not stick it out in English lit very long. You mean the Rime of the Ancient Mariner? You don't know what you got confused? It's probably that edible. Scrambling your brains in there. What do I do with that skinny thing? What do I do with that skinny little thing? Let's go purple with this. I don't even know if these strokes are reading on camera. You can kind of see them. You can definitely see them in real life. You guys are in fake life, you don't know. Gotta blur a couple of these things out first. Aloian Harp is a banger title, but the poem is all about a woman's body. It's kind of a badass move, but the poem is mid. The title slaps, that's true. It is a good title. Do you have an all-time favorite poem, Chef? One poem above all else? All-time favorite poem, let you think? Think it through. Give me your favorite. Ooh, do I have a pointy palette knife around here somewhere? You, come here, you. Sorry if this scrapey noise is getting picked up on the mic and it's like nails on the chalkboard to anyone. But we gotta do it to him. Too ham there. Just a little too ham. I'm back down a smidge. Might be today The Night House by Billy Collins, but I also really identify with high modernism in T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Sublime, even in spite of its length. I also really like this one Langston Hughes poem that his platform probably wouldn't let me say the title of. Blank Speaks of Rivers. Oh, and The Red Wheelbarrow by Willem Carlos Williams. And E. E. Cummings, the one about the electric blue fuzz crumbs. Yeah, these are all news to me. I'll look a couple of these up after and give them a read through. I haven't really like kept up with any poetry as an adult. I did read a bit of it back in the day. And I have a couple of friends who write poetry and I keep up with their poetry, but I just kind of lost the space in my life where I like would be reading it. But I should give a couple more reads. And E. Cummings, that one about electric blue. Oh, I already read that. Like my body when it's with your. That is the E. Cummings poem you love the most. Cool. I'll give them a look up. Might be the best love poem in the English language. Okay, well, in that case, I'm definitely looking it up. Okay, I've made a huge mess here, and it's starting to create problems. I'm dropping my paintbrushes left, right, and center. I'm making a mess. Okay, let's get some wispy white bits in here. Make them purple, just because that's more fun than just white. This has been a fun painting for me. When I picked this reference, I was a little worried that this was going to be a bit on the, what's it called? Just high pressure side for me pulling this off in a medium that I am not particularly well versed in, but he's coming together. He's working. And honestly, it's just been a fun sensory experience. It's just texturally fun to paint with this oil paint. Sing the Body Electric, also a great example of a love poem in your opinion. Okay, I'll check some of those out. Yes, this is almost the end of the album. I have to find a new album now. I consume not very much poetry, but I often find that the sorry, I cannot speak well right now. My brain is turning to mush. I've been streaming for too many hours in a row. The way I tend to gravitate towards musical artists is lyrically. I find even if I really like the music of an artist, if I like hate the lyrics, I just can't. I can't stand poor lyric writing. So I guess my main like poetry like consumption as an adult has been through lyric. No skip, I sing the Body Electrical Women takes for fucking ever. Great example of a poem, though. People all point to it and say, that is a poem. I don't know if that's the kind of, like, feedback you necessarily want. I can't say anything about this, but it is a poem. You don't want people to point to your painting and be like, that is a painting for sure. I mean, I guess I do want it to be clear that it's a painting. I guess what I don't want is for them to have nothing else to say about it. I don't want them to look at this and be like, yeah, someone painted that. Moving on. That's sad to me, but if that's how people feel, also whatever. I'm not the master of their lives. They don't have to like it. I just have to like making it. And I do. I can't believe how many paintbrushes I've made filthy doing this. Thank God it's water-based oils and not regular oils, or this would take me an eon to clean up. Icing the Body Electric starts out slow, but it has some really interesting parts. Yeah, I don't mind long, like slow builds. My like main background in novel reading is in like high fantasy, so I am not a stranger to having to slog through 600 pages of bullshit to get to the good stuff. Ooh, our album's over. Ooh, yippee, we get to pick another one. It's eerily quiet now, though. Oh, it's too quiet. It's far too quiet. What do we got? What do we got? I'm losing all my anger. I have less desire for the angry. Ooh, you know what? This isn't really angry, but this is what I want to be listening to right now, so gear up, everybody, because it's Stevie Nicks time. You're just gonna have to live with that. I guess the most important thing is to find out what you like. I could recommend my favorite Frost poem, for example, is Birches. I remember really liking Frost stuff back when I read it, which was a long time ago, but I was, for a long time, when I did read poetry, my favorite poet was William Blake. As an adult, I don't know if I really like him that much anymore, but as a youngin', I did. You got a problem with Blake? I actually remember I did a like really stupid high school project on William Blake where me and one of my friends made like a puppet show with finger puppets, and one of them was William Blake, and he went on like a journey through space to a bunch of different things for this project. It was really weird. It was really stupid. I think I still have the little William Blake finger puppet somewhere though. How goth were you though on a scale of 10 to 10? Yeah, the Edwardian guy. I was very much a goth emo kid in high school, so he had a lot of shit that was just like melodramatic, I guess. Which I liked, cuz That's, I guess I was melodramatic back then. But you can roast me all you want. I will say Blake annoyed me because he did that, like, Shakespearean ass thing that poets like to do where they rhyme words that don't actually rhyme. Like, they rhyme I with symmetry, and it's like, am I supposed to read this symmetry? Like, I'm not going to. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't rhyme. You made everything else rhyme. You can't, like, just because they look similar, call it a rhyme and, like, carry on. Gothic to the core. Doesn't get more emo than Blake. It's like the answering Shelly total red flag. Like I said, that was my high school take. I don't know what my adult take would be. I would have to do some deep dives into poetry before I could make an opinion. To be fair, I don't hate Shelley either, but it is kind of like being an emo kid and being like, my favorite director is Tim Burton. It's just like, yeah, it's gonna be. That's not interesting. Hate Byron. Why does he do that? Does he do that rhyming nonsense? He does that rhyming nonsense. Yeah, I hate it. Ooh, I do. Not to be done about it. I'm not a fan of these like white whiskers, but can't get them thin enough. I don't think I have a thinner liner. Maybe I could get it done with like, I have like a short liner, but it's pretty short. What do I do with it? It's not good for long strokes because it just doesn't hold that much paint. It's a little too vibrant, but just like yeah. See, this is the situation where wet on wet sucks. It's not what I want at all. That's not even close to what I want. Damn you, Alla, Prima, damn you. See, this is a situation where I should have, if I had thought this out, I could have left that area white on the canvas, and then I could be scraping it in with the damn palette knife instead. Instead, we're just gonna keep fighting with it, I guess. I can get a better angle on it. Okay, try Birches by Robert Frost. I like my body when it is with your E.E. Cummings poem, and maybe finish it up with I Still Like the Night House by Billy Collins. Honestly, it's just got a lot of internal structure. How you respond to these three will help you figure out more specific poems you might like. Kind of a Pandora's Station, but it's only poems I've read. You could probably skip the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. It's too advanced for someone who likes Blake. Oh, you're gonna fucking hit me with that? You're gonna be like, oh, you can't handle it. All right, fine. You think I'm too basic for it, then I guess I won't even give it a shot. No, I'm going to hate it. I won't read it at all. But I will read those other three, and then next stream, I'll report back. Next time I see you, I'll report back. Yeah, this is not working. This is not working for me at all. I hate it. Just not right. It's just not right. It's just not thin enough. There's literally no way to do it other than to wait for it to dry and do it as a final layer, but we said we weren't doing that today, so we just gotta live with it being shitty. I think T.S. Eliot is an acquired taste at the best of times and kind of maddening taunt at the worst. I also love Lorca. Lorca was a delightfully crazy person. I remember reading some T.S. Eliot back in the day. I can't remember which ones. I know I had like a compendium of T.S. Eliot and I read some of it. And I didn't hate T.S. Eliot. But we're talking like 15 years ago, so I am not the same person. Sorry, I know I'm like blocking what I'm doing from you guys, but these little details, I gotta get up close because I can't see what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I got those crappy eyeballs. Nose is just so messy. Might scrape it off and redo it. Too hard for this. Use a soft one. Sort of. Okay. You're cut off. Hiya. Try and fix a thing. You wreck a bunch of things. It's just the way that it goes sometimes. Where'd my brush go? Blend that baby out. Blend her out. Okay, now that we have less paint on there, let's put it in properly this time. T.S. Eliot was absolutely risless IRL. He is a narcissistic racist bank clerk masquerading as a man of culture. He was smart, though. Ode on a Grecian Urn by Keats is great if you can handle the headache of wrapping your mind around his perfectly constructed meter. I think I read Ode on a Grecian Urn in high school, but I have no memory of it. Some poetry feels like a brick even before it gets to the tongue. It's heavy and slow flowing like sticky, sickly sap. Yeah, I guess I can understand that, but I'm sure there's goodies out there that would be my cup of tea, and I'll find them. Oh, I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna just be right back. I'll let you witness the atrocity that I've created here. So I have like this many brushes that I have gotten paint on, and it is now my problem that they're wet and here. This is what I'm dealing with, and my paint water is getting disturbingly colored, so I'm just gonna run and clean those and rinse that so that I can have a fresh slate before I put these last details in, because otherwise I'm just gonna seize up, I am. So I will be right back. What time is it anyway? Oh, it's only 9. Okay, I've still got probably another hour in me before I go, so give me 5 minutes and I will be right back. Okay. I'm back with a slightly less chaotic bucket of water and brushes. Still a little chaotic. I didn't clean them perfectly. With the water mixable oils, you need to, you don't, like, need to go as hard with them cleaning-wise as you do with regular oils, but they still don't get perfectly clean if you don't get, like, a bunch of soap involved. Which I didn't, I just rinsed them with water, so they're still a little oily, but at least they're not all just sitting in a bucket of slime. So, okay, we can focus now. Probably blacked out, protect yourself from exposure to Keith at an inappropriate age. I wasn't ready for it before 23. It's just so dense. Yeah, like I said, I'm not afraid of dense. I read a lot, well, I don't anymore, but I used to read a lot of very dense novels, so I'm not afraid of dense. I'm not afraid of the dense either. I can get them. I can handle them. Hey, Oudinet. Welcome in. We are making progress on this little guy. We're trying to make him a little evil. We're trying to add a little bit more color into this than the actual reference picture goes for. So we're not trying to go for exact here. We're trying to go for a vibe. We're running on vibes tonight. And the vibe is evil. So I hope you're cool with evil stream, because we're in evil stream mode tonight. Okay. Now how are we going to handle this stuff up here that I hate? Let's blur out what we've got and start over again, because I'm not pleased about it. And actually, what I'm gonna do, because I'm doing all this close-up work and I keep blocking it from you guys, is I'm going to zoom you guys in so that hopefully you bypass my head and you can see what I'm doing. No, you don't understand, like, you need tolerance for some of the denser poets. It does something to the brain. Like, if it's super rhythmic, it just kind of mesmerizes you, and then you're like, what did I just read? And you get a long-ass beard because you just got Rip Van Winkle. I mean, I feel like I've experienced that, but with trance music. Rip Van Winkle. Oh, you a silly one, chef. Oh, okay. Don't read poetry, you might fall asleep through the Civil War. Yeah, you silly. We all silly here. And evil. Okay, this brush is doing better than the other one did. What its difference is, I have no idea. Maybe it's just because I'm using black instead of white. Maybe the white hates me because I'm evil. I don't know. I don't know anything, guys. Let's do something about this poor guy's lack of a nose. Gonna head to bed, chef? Back is feeling great now. Well, I'm glad your back feels better. I hope you pray for mine to follow suit. To be fair, mine's kind of my own doing. I shouldn't have climbed as hard as I did 2 days in a row, so it's my own fault. I guess I deserve it. But thanks for sticking around, chef. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a nice sleep. I hope you find some yummy munchies to enjoy. Once I end stream, I'll be entering Munchie search mode. I just appreciate you for hanging out. I hope you have a good night. Pray for your back for sure. You really think God cares about that? Well, I didn't mean like to God. You could pray to like, I don't know, Satan? Maybe not Satan. I don't think he cares either. Pray to like, I don't know, the cosmos. It's got to be some like hyper specific like pagan god of like sore backs, right? Just pray to him for me. A lot of people have backs. A lot of people have back problems. But yeah, just send my back your thoughts and prayers. Pray to Ganesha? Great. Just pick one. That one's good. I don't care. Change it up. Pick a different one each time. It's the thought that counts. An elephant can lift a heavy burden. I'm gonna need a couple elephants up in here then. Officially gotten paint on my chair. So that's great. So that means things are coming out great. I need a stiffer brush than this now. Who's tiny and capable? Who's little and stiff? That's too small. Give me in the middle. Maybe also too small. I'm nothing if not a person who fusses with fine liners more than they should. The question is, do we bother putting all this, like, snow on his forehead? I don't know if I got paint on my elbow and that's why there's now paint on my chair or where that came from, but I'm really gonna wipe it off before it's too late. Yeah, it came off pretty easily. Okay. Focus in, focus in. Get the nose made. A little bridge. And then oh, I just put my palm on it. I didn't realize I was that close. Should not have done that. Just put my palm on it. Oh, it took up a little spot too. Shit. Hey, Schmuckleberry. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. You like his evil eye? I wasn't sure if I could pull off the fiery glow without reference. But I think he turned out alright. Ay. Fix this smudge that I made with my hand. Oopsie. Don't put your palm on oil paintings, kids. Sure, whatever. Good enough. Okay, he needs a slight more highlight on the top of the nose. Okay. Only in acrylics? Yeah, exactly. Been painting with acrylics too much. I'm not used to not being able to touch stuff. It's hard to hover. Need a maul stick or something. Or just the memory that I can't touch it. You like how it glows? Thank you. I was thinking we tried putting a pupil on it and it didn't look right, so he got his pupil privileges revoked. All right, we gotta get a couple little whiskers in here. And then we have to make a critical call. Are we going to put the snow in or not? It could potentially ruin everything. Could make it all go to hell. Is it worth risking it all going to hell? Yeah, I think we gotta do it. I think we gotta do it to him. I don't think we have a choice. It might go to hell, but if we don't do it, we'll never know. Also gotta do something about this, like, white whisker situation, but I cannot, I've tried to put it in so many times. It's just not working for me for some reason. Try one more time, I guess. Okay. I don't absolutely hate it this time. It's better than the previous ones. All right. Good enough. Now let's pick a brush to ruin it with, why don't we? I don't know, this one seems good as any. Do we want the snow to be white? Do we want to put some color in there? It's probably gonna pick up a lot of color off him. Maybe if we make it Just a little bit yellow, just like the slightest touch of warmth to it. Okay. Poke and hope for the best. Oh, I'm getting a buzz in my ear telling me my headphone's about to die. Switch her out to the other one. Oh, that feels very strange. Oh, that paused the music for you guys. It sure did. Weird, this here is like so much clearer. That can't be good. That can't be a good sign for my health. I have to remember to, sorry, I keep hitting you guys with my ears. I have to remember to keep wiping this off between pokes, or else I'm just gonna dirty up my pile of white here really bad. The tedious stuff that just takes a little bit too much poking. In acrylic, this kind of thing is very soothing and relaxing. In oils, I have to like brace my own hand with my own hand and hope for the best. It's actually rather difficult. Put a bunch of these on and then switch it out to a different brush just so that they don't look like they've all been applied with like an identical texture. Sorry, I'm very quiet right now because this is requiring a lot of focus out of me. Too many pokes. Could be bold and try stippling it with a like. Sure, let's give this a try. Just see what happens if I do this. See if it's followed by immediate regret. You know what? No, it's alright. Most control in the world, but... looking a little snowy. All right, let's put a couple more decided bigger chunks in there somewhere. To kind of bring the shapes out a bit better. Like we want the nose bridge a little more defined, so let's pick it up and pop a couple in there. Ooh, that's the end of the album. Ooh, what do we want now? It's been a bit of a variety day. We were trying to be evil, but we didn't stick to being evil very good. Let's go with some death cab. I can never go wrong with some death cab. Nice and relaxing for the last portion of this stream. I've only probably got another half an hour in me. I was hoping I'd have enough time to finish this, which includes the foreground, which I haven't done yet, so I should probably hop 2 on this snow so that I can try and pump out the foreground. I'm hoping the foreground will be really fast because it just got to be like big blocks in and then blur it out with a fan brush and call it a day, but all right. He's snowed up. Call that snowy enough. Now, how do we get you guys back to where you can see what I'm doing? Pay no attention to my mess everywhere. Can I... Where... Can I zoom out of this without losing? Nope. It's annoying. Oh, right, I have this. Ah, that's better. One of these days. One of these days, the setup is going to be easy to adjust. 'Tis not this day, though. 'Tis never this day. Aha, okay. You stay. You stay put. Okay, let's figure this out. Mike, you're gonna have to move over slightly while I look at this reference. We need a brush to put in this tree. It's very brown and yellow, so let's just get right in there, why don't we? Okay, you must live. You start here, come up. Okay, you don't hold enough paint. You don't hold enough paint, I don't want you, I don't like you. Who does? Do you hold enough paint? Can you handle the task? Are you up for it? That's a little better. And then we split. Ooh, this is a hard one to do. I don't know if I'm gonna want to blur this out or not at the end. Maybe it could have been beneficial to use a palette knife to scrape the shape off first. Too late now. It's just a lot of sticks on this thing. Far too many sticks on this thing. How can you possibly expect me to keep track of all these damn sticks? I know a couple definitely blurred out in the background. So what I think I'm gonna do is layer a bunch of this real quick. And then I am going to blur this. And then I'm going to go back in over it. Try a different brush and just see how it feels. Nope, he's way too thick. Sticking with the liner, I guess. We need to get a bunch of little flowery looking things on the end of these sticks. And we're trying to be a little bit more on the painterly side with this. Letting the paintbrush make interesting textures instead of being specific with the realism. Whether or not we're succeeding, I don't know. Big on how thick that got in there, so just gonna scrub it out and put it back in again. All right. It's not as deeply layered as it is in the picture, but I think it'll do. Although I think I'd like to give a couple of these just a little bit of a white tipping. Just a couple of them. Try not to go crazy. Okay. Now we must decide color for this. I'm gonna make a. Where can you guys see? You can see up here. Make it up there then. A little bit more red than that. Okay, going in with this. You just gotta make the call. We're gonna put a layer on first to pull some of the black out. Just get a Kleenex and just keep wiping what I take. Need a spot scrubbed here for some white. And a spot scrubbed here. Oh, we forgot a in focus stick. Okay, we can stop and put our in focus stick in, I guess. Oh, there's two in focus sticks. All right. One here. One here. I just don't like that there's only a single one of this like center stick, so I'm just gonna make an executive decision to add a couple more in here. Okay. Back to these boys. What were we putting those on with? Ooh, that's dipped in paint. That's big time dipped in paint. I'm gonna lay this on nicely. Will you do it? Will you do the work for me, sir? I think we need a bit of white in this. Goal here is to blur this out afterwards so that these strokes don't really matter that much as getting a dense layer of color on so that they blur out. I think we're gonna have to put more white down though. Yeah, maybe I can make this work. No, there's no way I can make this work. I'm gonna need more white. Get a little bit more of that on there. Ooh, this has been a long one, almost 5 hours. I think we're gonna get one done in this one sitting though, which is good. I wasn't sure if this was gonna be a one sitting type of thing. Okay, let us attempt to blur this. I have the fan brush, but I think, what do I have? Got a couple fluffy makeup brushes. I think I need more control than the fan has to offer, but let's see. Let's give this a try and see just what happens. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Let's try this guy. Working pretty well. I think it's gonna need a couple build-up layers though. So let's do that again. Let's get some more vibrancy built up. There's slight blurring. Right. Not terribly mad at any of that, so I do just want a little bit of this black color of him cut back in. Okay, well, didn't like that as much, so. All right, I'm pretty close. I just want to put a stick or two in here. Because I blended my stick into oblivion. And brighten this white corner up just a little bit more. In fact, if I can just take the tiniest bit of blue into there. Okie dokie. I think I'm calling it there. I think he's as done as he's gonna get. Guess we gotta assign him. That's always a nightmare. Actually, I think pull just a little bit more white because I want that highlight in the back to just be a little bit stronger. Pull this up a little bit brighter too. Okay. Stop it. Stop it immediately. No more poking. No more poking allowed. We're done. Calling it done. Do we feel like we're missing anything? Do we feel like we hate anything? I hate a little bit how like blocky this one chunk of yellow is down here, so soften that up a little bit. I know I literally just said I was done, but it's just so hard to be done when it's not done. I'm a little bit happier with that. I think the problem is less this and more the cut in. Yeah. Something like that. The question is, do we want to scrape any more red palette knife spots? Let's give them just a couple more here and there for consistency's sake. Maybe some in this ear would be nice. Okay. Yeah. So hard to do with your arm floating. Okay. Sign it. Stop it. Sign it and stop it. We're signing it and we're stopping it. We quit. Should we sign it in blue or red? Blue or red? I'm gonna go blue. I think The real shame is that we're now going to have to wait a stupid amount of time to be able to photograph this. Maybe if I use my CP lens tomorrow during daylight, I can get a shot of it while it's still wet without glare being like a nightmare, but I kind of have my doubts. Which means I'm going to have to wait a couple weeks for it to dry for me to photograph it well. In a perfect world, I would wait until it was varnished. But this is not a perfect world. And I definitely don't have time for that. I can't really varnish in my apartment, so I have to bring paintings I want to varnish back to my parents' house, which is like a 5-hour drive from here. So it's kind of a pain. The apartment is just too small and the varnish is pretty caustic. If it was summer, I could do it outside at least. But it's not. It's yucky winter. Okie dokie, he's all done. We're finished. This has been a fairly productive stream. I am surprisingly pleased with the outcome of this one. I'm usually a big whiner, so it's just very surprising that I'm not in big whiner mode today. And you turned out alright. Oh, except I got some like weird fan brush stuff going on. Oh. No, overall I'm pretty happy with them. I didn't expect for this to read stylized the way that it does. It's like fairly referential to the picture, but it also feels pretty stylized to me, and not just because of the eye difference. I just think it's painterly in a way that I usually am not when I'm using photo reference, so I take that as a win. It's a win for me. But I am now going to retire for the night and clean up the big mess that I've made, because you can see that I have made a big mess. This all has to be dealt with, so I gotta clean all these thoroughly and tidy everything up, and then after that, it's gonna be snack time for me. So thanks for anybody who's been sticking around, who's been lurking, who's been talking. I appreciate y'all very much, and I'll probably be back in the next day or two doing something else. I don't know what, but I got a bit of free time on the weekend, so I should see you guys soon. Thanks again for hanging out. Have a good night, everybody. Bye!